Hmm. Activate. Alrighty. Alrighty. Yay. Yay. Gonna do a stream. I don't feel like streaming anymore ever again. But the world cried out for it. Clearly. Um Raw. I have been busy with actual comic book stuff, as opposed to so many other people who claim to be all about comics and indie comics, but they just care about drama or sort of fake, not sort of fake, but blatantly fake, uh, just personal branding and the usual stuff where it's all about sloganeering and platitudes. Yeah. Also, just felt like I've been just binge. I'm playing so many video games lately that I take breaks from video games to play other video games. It's a very healthy behavior, of course, naturally. Shit. I'm just playing. I'm playing the sort of lazy casual. That's my excuse for being like, I'm not even trying. This isn't even my real account. It's a rip. Whatever. Just trying to clear challenge crap. In fact, I have one for, oh shit, for grenade launcher damage. I think assists and kills. So I'm just gonna kind of go for that and um, why while listening to stuff. It's kind of a, in a way, belated Clips and Video episode, um, which is something I that was on our subscribe star. We basically, I mean, as I've mentioned previously, our subscribe stars where we were able to post our videos without the threat of actually getting false flagged because, well, the topic today is, of course, Liam. Liam's been popping up, uh, going for his whole false narrative and trying to damage control for his embarrassing comedic behavior, comedic at his expense, as usual. Where finally, just like with Comicsgate and Ricada, to sort of go through our bona fides, uh, we were the first ones to actually be honest about Comicsgate and Nick Ricada and so many other there we go, so many other types of people, which would get us mass blocked. We would get put on block lists from people who, the ultimate irony of the internet is the people who are like, oh, can you believe the SJWs are using block lists? And then they use block lists because now, well, really for the past 10 years, being anti SJW, anti woke is what the SJWs and woke do. It's all part of their psyop, that usual stuff. Which again, people are just the way they're just now realizing about Liam Gray, and Comicsgate and so on. They're starting to realize that too. Many years after we had essentially pioneered that thought, that train of thinking. So there was a stream recently where, because Liam's false flagging people again and trying to be like, I'm not false flagging people, but I'm going to. It just the usual Liam schizo stuff where he'll contradict himself. It's very typical of Comicsgate, of course. That's why so many of them gravitated to Comicsgate, because it was normal, contradictory behavior. It attracted the schizos and the pathological liars and the innately disingenuous people. Just normal stuff like that. But a guy named Bering, who some of you will probably be familiar with. I've heard of him before. He did a video addressing the stuff. And so Liam did a stream with him, which he then made private, as he usually does. And of course, Liam, the thing is, Liam is so constantly lying that he has all sorts of people constantly keeping an eye on the stuff. He is also really stupid and gullible, of course, so he doesn't know that a lot of his friends are people who are laughing at him behind his back. That's been true of pretty much everyone in Comicsgate. Anyways, oh, sweet. So I figured I'll listen to some of that. And if it gets our channel hit, if Liam decides to hit the channel, that's that's fine, because it's going to be the same result that it always is, which it will always backfire on him. It'll blow up in his face. He'll get the headaches again, shave his head, end up at the hospital where he'll get EEGs. And that's none of that's our intent. It's just what Liam himself does. That's something that the only people in the history of the internet who were the first and usually the only to talk openly and honestly about it, as always, are us. I just want to explode the explosives. Yes. No. Oh, you mother. Take this, you piece of shit. There we go. Wonderful. Wonderful. I should be playing the point. It's a thing. We're probably going to get our asses kicked because I'm not paying attention. We only win if I'm paying attention. Shit. Well, hold on. I said I wasn't playing the point. I was on the point as I said that. What am I talking about? Yeah, let me just paint things up. Ah, beautiful. This is beautiful. Nice. So, this game sucks, by the way. Battlefield 6. It sucks. Why am I playing it? Because it sucks. That's the typical answer, of course. So here, I'll start playing this stuff with, of course, transformative content. That's the most important part of all. That's what this is all about. So, and again, just never really been a streamer anyways. Just a usual casual thing that I've been focusing more lately on. There we go, 30 out of 60. Focusing more lately on actually making comics. Just today even, but especially over the past week, got one that is coming out soon, and another one that is in the works, and there's a third one that is more slowly in the works, and then also again, people who have been following, in fact, I made it the thumbnail for this video, is we got the cover, the cover for the latest book. It was just finished recently. Sent off the money for that. Pretty good. Pretty cool. There's also a spicy, dirty version of it that I'm planning to put in the book as well, of course. One thing that is also funny, I think worth mentioning, is it's one of the artists who was working on Bartina Markova's one of her stupid comics that imploded, blew up on her because, she's a psycho, pathological liar, and fucking, the usual Comicsgate types who are constantly crying victim while also trying to act like they're badasses. but as one of the artists who was very briefly working with her initially on some book she was trying to make. I think the whole thing blew up. I forgot if she even got any other artists. I don't even know if that book ever came out. It's probably one of the many, many, many Comicscape books that just never came out, or if it did come out, it was like 5 years later, and just to a resounding thud. But anyways, that is Lamp Black, Mister Lamp Black, who is doing the cover for Villains of the Snow Sea 3, and that's pretty cool. It's cool to poach Comicsgate. Well, former he wasn't Comicsgate. He was just an artist who got hired. The distinct difference is, going the people who go on the streams to be like, Comicsgate's so great. The haters are jealous, that kind of shit. And then it turns out the haters are other people who were in Comicsgate who started getting slandered by their supposedly own side. But here, I'll start playing some of the stream. I also just made a clip. It's like dead of morning right now, but I just put together a clip from this video, just a little one that I posted to Twitter. That's also on our Discord. So if you follow us in various things, shit. You've probably seen that, or you can. But it's a clip from this video that I'm going to play. I'm going to either play the whole thing, not likely though, because it's like a 2-hour video, and the last hour is just Liam by himself. But I wanted to listen and do the sort of clips and video treatment of Liam trying to damage control to Bering, and of course Bering kind of having none of it. Here though, let's start playing now.
Who the fuck is Bering? Bear, is that you, Bering?
Yeah, man. How are you?
I'm all right, man. It's nice to finally be able to speak
right.
to you live. How are you? I already asked that. I'm nervous. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm good, man. You seem to have landed yourself in a spot of bother.
I've been in a spot of bother for like 6 years every single day.
Oh no, that's too bad. How could that have happened? How could this happen to Liam Gray? The funny thing is, Bering is kind of on to see what is the deal, and you can kind of tell by the end of it, he has figured out what the real problem is. I'm not going to try and speak for him, but you can kind of just tell. Also, usually I'm constantly pausing and talking over. Sometimes every few seconds. I'm going to try not to do that. Shit. 3 out of 5. Oh, well, here we're going. But yeah, I'm going to try to just let this play out for, some big sections every once in a while, and focus on the game while we listen to this, especially because you can't really hear this anywhere else anymore. But also, it is it's an incitement for Liam Gray to flag our channel again. Ideally, because of course, it will blow up in his face, but also it will most likely get people being like, "Oh, he's flagging the guys again," and people will start digging in to the real story of what originally happened with Liam Lay. Sorry, let me get that right. Liam Lay. The original story of what happened when he was flagging us, and the real reason why he did that, which, unlike anything Liam says in this, is backed up with evidence, receipts, as the squiddos call it these days. I really should go engineer to handle the vehicles in this map, but I'm not going to. Let's just listen more.
So, like, this is nothing new. You know what I mean? Like, this is...
Just another day for Liam.
The comic book scene always this fucking insane, or is it just you?
There's a lot of
Both.
insanity.
The answer is both.
In the comic book space.
Yeah.
But
oh no.
The stuff that I'm dealing with is...
Why is there so much insanity in the comic? You know what? I'll say for sure. Liam Gray is totally right. I agree with Liam Gray. There is a lot of insanity in the comic book space, and most of it's caused by Liam. I personally think there should be less insanity in the comic book space. First step to getting rid of it is to get rid of the insane people, which means getting rid of Liam Gray. If he doesn't like that, he didn't have to choose to be insane. Just don't. Just don't do it. But he is not capable of that. And, for the past several years, what the thing that's really gotten under his skin is the people he was false flagging for, it backfired on them as it was always going to, and turned into a liability for them. So they threw him under the bus, as we said they were going to. We tried to warn Liam that they were going to, and now they do. And Liam doesn't even admit that he was doing it for them, because it would mean, first of all, it would mean a culpability. It would mean he did something wrong knowingly on behalf of his beloved, precious e-celebs. And it would mean just doing wrong in general. It would mean that he knew, well, that his whole narrative that, specifically the narrative that I did not hit that guy and he died anyways. Nice game, piece of shit. Good game, fucking Blizzard shit entertainment. They suck. That's who made this game, Blizzard. I knew it. This is the sequel to Overwatch 3. Here,
That is the next level. It's because Kiwi Farms got involved. And when
Oh no, not Kiwi Farms. Again, he was Liam loved Kiwi Farms because, as Ethan Van Sciver said, as Liam Gray's lover, Ethan Van Sciver said, Kiwi Farms will never turn against him. And we said, that's either because Kiwi Farms is dishonest, or because Ethan's wrong. So Liam used to go on Kiwi Farms all the time, and he would try pushing his hoaxes and stuff, and then that started backfiring massively on him. And he didn't understand. He was like, but they're supposed to be on our side. Ethan said they would be on our side forever. They would never turn against us. And Kiwi Farms, it took many years, of course, but they finally caught up to what we had been correct about, in many, many ways, of course, about Comicsgate and, again, Nick Rekieta. I was the first person in the history of the internet to notice, realize, and make fun of Nick Rekieta for being a cuckold years before anyone else caught on. And again, I do have, I'm not just claiming that to brag. I have the receipts proving that. In fact, the one of the funniest things is the receipts come from, them. They come from Nick Rekieta himself, of course. Shit. That was a bot. I'm playing the casual mods. Don't be impressed by any kills I get. Most of them are just me killing bots. Bot lobbies. Suppressing fire. Anyways, yeah, most of the evidence, of course, came from Rekieta and his friends, trying to circle the wagons after just being utterly blown out by lil old me, of course. Oh, shit. They're shooting. They shooting! No! No! Oh, I rested. It still worked. Cool. No. Defeat is imminent. No, it isn't. I'm winning. I'm winning the moral victory. Ignore what these numbers on the screen are saying. It's not real. That was a person. And I did it by camping like a cheap piece of shit. Whoa. That was also a person. His name was Crash Out or something. Meme Lord? Well, not anymore. Now I'm the Meme Lord. Ah, shit. Oh. We're winning. Yeah, 25% enemies. We're clearly winning. We're kicking their ass. Hard. Yeah. Totally dominating. Awesome. Sweet. Here, let's just...
And Kiwi Farms
bragging about this video game shit like it matters.
Went
None of this matters.
Nuts. Everything went bad, you know,
Oh,
like,
no, no,
um,
that's terrible to hear. Oh,
so, I
someone
mean,
help this
where would
poor
you like to
man.
start with everything? You know, how much, what would you like to
He's
know?
doing a
Well,
sad
I mean, I
voice.
suppose. I mean, I did this video last night
Oh,
because I saw this. I mean, like I said, I'm not a comic book guy. I don't hang around this
Yeah.
comic book space. You kind of all seem a bit fucking spurgy to me, if I'm being honest.
whoa,
I saw
completely uncalled for, sir.
this. I saw this thing. I saw you on the internet on fucking Twitter saying I'm gonna mass flag all my enemies and you're all fucked and you got 24 hours. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, this is
Blah,
really.
blah, 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 blah.
Hang
I love Liam saying, "Yeah, like, hey, I'm on the same page as you, Bearing. My good friend Bearing. That's really what he's. Shit, what am I doing? Did I have grenades? I didn't even throw.
hang on, I'm fucking talking. And I thought,
Sweet.
wow, this is really gay. And
Yeah.
so I suppose I'm
Yeah.
here to talk about.
Again, Liam being like, "Oh, you're so right, Bearing. Popular YouTuber, you're so right." I'm not gonna I'm just goofing if I say anything negative about Bearing. I'm just new boot goofing. Bearing actually, he's very he has a lot of good points in this video. That's kind of why I want to play this, because it's funny to hear someone that Liam clearly idolizes just dressing him down brutally.
That aspect. Now, as I
Yeah,
said to you,
sure.
we were just in the DMs. You asked for a chat. I said, yeah, sure, let's chat.
Mhm.
And you said you want to have this conversation offline so you can take me through all the evidence and the forensics and shit. Look,
Well,
I'm prepared to take you at face value that shit's happening in real
Oh.
life. I'm happy to accept that for the sake of this conversation.
I can check the chat. Chewy at hello Chewy at Kirk Fashy. I think Liam forgot about you. You should be good. No, he brings me up in this stream I'm listening to. Battlefield 3 was the last good one. To be honest, Battlefield 4 was really good, and then to be extra honest, I don't want to be too honest here, but Battlefield 1 I think is actually the best in the entire franchise. Hello, Mr. Cask. Mr. Cask, you better do some new drawings. Ethan loved Kiwi Farms too. Yeah, that's what I was kind of mentioning too. Is Ethan was in gay love with Kiwi Farms. He was and he was laughed away for trying to brigade an army against Eric July, which that's sort of like monetizing his haters, I guess you could say. That was the initial thing, was that Ethan Van Sciver. Well, Kiwi Farms was happy uh, um, to be in reciprocal gay love with Ethan Van Sciver, because he has a history of knowing that works with nerds, especially people who are really behind the curve, like Kiwi Farms. You know, some of the last people to know anything. As proven, that's not my opinion. We've actually shown that with facts and logic. With the evidence has already shown that. Oh man, these graphics are so good. Graphics to die for. Never mind. But Kiwi Farms. But before that, actually, there was something. One of our oldest videos, going back to like 2019, or one of our oldest videos about Comic Stain. I mean, going back to 2019, about the statue forms, which was kind of nerd stuff, and there were comic book fans, and I think statue forms, I think, might have been referring to people who sort of collect figurines, DVDs, and figurine. Wow, we are getting stomped already. This isn't good. Fair enough. I will play the point, and I'm gonna save our whole team, and we're gonna win. Anyways, the statue forms, where in 2015, back in 2015, there were a bunch of people who say, I went to a convention, and Ethan was doing commissions. So he would take money to do a drawing, and then he would have the money, and then he would not deliver on the drawing. And people would, on the statue forums, were like, he's like a year late. I paid him, and it's been a year, and he gave me contact info, and then now he's ghosting me. He's not getting back to me about any of this shit. And people are like, oh, what's going on with that? And they start trashing him and saying, you should get law enforcement involved in all this shit. It was escalating, and the threats were escalating, which were empty threats, because that is how a lot of these people, a lot of these people operate. Is they go, yeah, man, I'm gonna call the DOJ. I'm calling these people. It's a very common. People tried doing that with us for like fake attacks and gay ops that they made up against themselves and that kind of shit. But yeah, with these comic, and it also happens with the Indiegogo comments on Ethan's campaigns, going back to the old original Cyberfrog and then even the new ones. It's a cycle that just repeats, where they're like, I'm gonna call the Better Business Bureau, and I'm gonna file a fraud report and all this shit, and then they never do anything. But on the statue forums in 2015, they were threatening to do that, and then nothing happened, of course. But especially because Ethan showed up in he showed up in the thread, and all of a sudden, all of the people who were threatening to sue him and report him to the police for fraud are fawning over him, and they're like, "Oh, Ethan, okay, cool. I understand. Hey, I'll get in contact with you." And Ethan was like, "Oh, thank you so much. I'm sorry about this unfortunate situation." And everyone was acting like everyone was acting like it was a situation that was working out. So, there's threats, then pulling back, and then after another year, they realized Ethan had just ghosted them again. He just showed up, acted like he was going to make good, and then simply didn't. And then, once again, people were like, oh, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna fuck it. And then the last couple of posts in the thread in like 2016 were people going back to threatening to sue, and then just nothing. And that is what happened with pretty much all of his campaigns, and that is what happened with Kiwi Farms. Kiwi Farms was the exact same way, where any people who start trashing Ethan, suddenly Ethan shows up and Kiwi Farms starts sucking his dick. And that is what happened for many years, until they caught up with what we had realized, what we had been saying from the beginning, and that we were correct about, is that Ethan knows how to placate the gullible suckers. And I'm getting close to that. Oh shit. Oh, who's this friend here? It's a vehicle. Can I get in? But yeah, that was what happened for a long time, and Kiwi Farms finally caught up to where we were in 2018. Kiwi Farms in like 2024, I would say, finally caught up to what we were correct about back in 2018. So good job, Kiwi Farms. Good for you. Give yourselves a pat on the back for being, yet again, another many years late derivative of what Shitty Webcomics had innovated. In fact, you could say Shitty Webcomics was the demiurge that created the reality for Kiwi Farms. So many years in advance that Kiwi Farms would never realize it. They would never sort of wake up and have it dawn on them. Which is, how a good demiurge. I don't care if it's pronounced differently. That's how I'm gonna pronounce it. Hey, when you are the thing, you can pronounce what you are in whatever way you want. Here, what is this? YouTube channel had all the receipts. That's why Ethan authorized Liam to take out the yeah, that is also that is true. Kirk Fashy mentioning in the chat that Ethan there's a direct paper trail with the receipts proving that Ethan Van Sciver paid Liam Gray at the time. Shit. That guy's crafty. He's playing with a controller, you motherfucker. But he He paid Liam Gray at the same time that Liam Gray was flagging our channel, and he even posted, because just like with Liam Gray, they don't think they're doing anything wrong. They think that they're proving their side when they tell on themselves. And again, that's not exclusive to Liam Gray or Ethan Van Sciver or anyone in Comicsgate or Rippaverse now, which is, the same. Rippaverse is just Comicsgate with a different label now. It's the same people with the same behavior, as already proven as well. I like bringing that up because it really triggers people, because it's true. The same way that it triggered people in Comicsgate and Ethan Van Sciver's fans. It's why so many of them have had us blocked since the beginning, and why so many people in Rippaverse who had us blocked back then have us blocked now, because we were right about their behavior. We just call their behavior as it is. We call it as we see it. I don't want these exploding on me at the worst possible opportunity. You never know. Anyways, getting back. I can hide here. Yay. Getting back to listening to this.
Thank you.
So let's start there. But I suppose let's now talk about the flagging. So you flagged a number of channels.
I've actually only flagged one channel.
Here's the thing. Notice Liam. He had flagged some people. Wait, I can't. Yeah, come on. It wasn't letting me not crouch. Notice it says not enough space. But Liam had flagged some people. He had also said he was planning to flag more. He is always dishonest about that, of course, though. Oh, shit. Okay. That was a bot. Well, whatever. Named Let's Goo. What the fuck does that mean? Also a bot. I like killing bots. I get sick pleasure from it. But, yeah, Liam always has his narrative, and it's always an attempt. It's a sort of override narrative where someone will say, you're flagging people, and he'll say, no, I only, and then basically admit yes, but make an excuse for it. So there's it's a classic mental illness tactic for pathological liars. When someone's a pathological liar, they will go around saying, they'll admit to the accusation but say no as they do it. It's one of the tells. It's one of the ways that we, again, have always gotten this stuff right, is we know the tells. We can identify them in ways that pretty much nobody else can, or especially nobody else wants to. Deep down inside, most people just want to worship status. They want to worship a popular person. So if a popular person is disingenuous, they'll find a way to make excuses. Can't believe that. Usually the bots will turn around more than actual players. Whatever, here.
As of now, I've been just flagging it a lot.
By the way, this isn't against all bots. Most of these, let's go again. That was an actual person there. I think they're playing with controller. This is just partially bots. If I look at the thing, yeah, here's oh shit. You can see next to the names there'll be like a robot head. That's how you can tell they're a bot. I just like playing the nice casual thing, especially because I'm trying to play. I'm trying to get challenges. Here, yeah, headshot, grenade launcher, blah, blah, blah. Deal damage with the LMG. Close to that.
But I am going to flag multiple other channels.
Yeah, see, like I was saying, he says no, and then he admits yes.
It takes a long time.
Right.
Long time. There's so much stuff. Like,
and so
that's a very psychotic comment also. It takes a long time. He's acting like it's work even for him, and therefore that's why he hasn't done it. So he denies it, admits it, then gloats about it. That's yet another tell for someone who is a pathological liar and has other mental illness. It's actually a tell for borderline personality disorder. It's one of the symptoms. Like a fucking doctor would actually diagnose Liam with borderline personality disorder just from this section of video that Liam himself willingly streamed, willingly said out loud. Not even the quiet out part out loud, because again, it's one thing that has been very common with all of these comic book frauds. The grifters, as the now played out term, cozeners. That's a good one. Let's switch to that, even though it's the same idea. That the words have meaning. They're supposed to, anyways. But the grifters, the those kinds of people, they attract each other, and then because they're all so disingenuous, they turn against each other. But here, let's go back to this.
And so one of the channels was Star Wars Girl. Is that right?
No, I know, but I will be. Anna's been a major problem
Again, exactly as I called. No, but yes.
for me for a long time. But it was a video. It was a clip of a video that she made wherein she was telling everyone that I was schizophrenic, psychopathic, that I'd threatened her.
Liam has admitted to going to the hospital many times in the past for the headaches, which is his euphemism for a psychotic meltdown. That was one of the things me and my brother, shitty webcomics, the good old shitty webcomics, had previously sent Liam to the hospital for the headaches because, again, he had tried to false flag us, and it was starting to work because we made 4 videos reviewing his comic. And it was a free, it wasn't even the comic he was putting out that he said was pirated. It was a free one that was like a partial preview that was like, you could check this out. And it is, oh shit. There, that was a person. I was really spraying inappropriately, but he, yeah, it was, the comic he put out was called Xenotype, and he put out a preview version that was about 50 pages that was free, and he linked to it, and so we reviewed that, and he said that we had displayed the entire book, which we also didn't. No, wait, this. And that it was piracy, and that he claimed that we had included the link to download it, which we didn't. And there was a very common thing with Comicsgate is they would take one idea and they would start just pushing it. Again, there was also something very worthwhile to point this out. It's also something that people in Rippaverse did, especially because a lot of the same people in Comicsgate who did it are now in Rippaverse, and their behavior and past dishonesty is being, instead of being covered up by Comicsgate, it's being covered up by the people in Rippaverse now. Just all the claims that Liam made were, one by one false, and proven false by the very videos specifically, multiple that he struck. So yeah, it was 4 of them, and because he struck 4, YouTube was like, well, we're just taking, you got over 3 strikes, so we're just taking your channel down right now. And then they reviewed it. There's a longer story there, but they reviewed it, they went over it, and they realized that it was fair use, that Liam's claims that he made about our videos were lies, and that they were very blatantly proven lies. Oh, nice. By the very videos that he was striking. So our channel was restored. And that next day, Liam got the headaches. And he described going and getting an EEG, and he looked sickly on stream. And he stopped streaming. And the thing is, we didn't do any video. Of course, our channel had been down for a while, so we didn't even do videos like going after him. We never tagged him in any videos. We just did a video where we go over the comic and we point out how basically it was, it was like a preview, but nothing. It was like 50 pages and nothing happened in it. And we go over, interestingly enough, and this is, I know this is conspiratorial, but it's also completely true. And people in Comicsgate later admitted this, is that a lot of the criticisms we had of Liam Gray's comics and Ethan Van Sciver's comics are sometimes verbatim repeated by Liam Gray himself and other people in Comicsgate, because all of them constantly, what is this? Well, I don't think so. Because they constantly watched all of our videos on the original channel. I don't know if they do now, but there are actually clips of them admitting that they would constantly watch our videos and make references and take sayings that we, memes that we had created and sayings that had come from us, and repeating them. And the funny thing is, like, they would try and be gloating, like, yeah, we're reusing the stuff you say, but I would never hear about it until like a year or two later, when somebody had been like, oh, did you guys know that they're obsessed with you? Actually obsessed, not the usual YouTuber like, oh, you criticized me, you're obsessed, which is what Comicsgate and Rippaverse do. When I say Comicsgate, I'm really referring to both of them at the same time, because they're both just the same with different names. Like Iron Age also is just another attempt to rebrand Comicsgate, and Comicsgate's bad faith behavior under a different name to sort of escape the disgrace of their the prior behavior and prior things they had supported. Outstanding attack definitely wasn't me. I'm phoning this in. But anyways, yeah, here, let's listen to some more
violence, that I was delusional and crazy and not to trust me, and that I'd named my daughter after her deceased sister, and that I'd targeted her with harassment over her deceased sister, which is completely...
Sorry, I got caught up in the game there. I was very confused by it. So I bet that's some kind of mystery secret Easter egg thing. To really gloat, the most important thing to gloat about here is that I got the Peacekeeper. I forget if it's called the Peacemaker or the Peacekeeper, because the gun is called the Peacekeeper. Or is it Peacemaker? I don't fucking know. But it's kind of called the opposite in Battlefield 1. And if you want to bizarre deep dive into one of the most insane fucking video game Easter eggs and unlocks in game history, you should check out how to get them. You have a piece, I think it's called the Peacemaker in the game. It's the Colt single action army though, and it has like a skull painted on it. Oh shit. Oh shit. No. Anyways. But yeah, I got that. Me and my brother both got that for Battlefield 1. We even got a service star. That means we got 100 kills with that. Yeah. I was gonna say some other shit. I was making a point. I don't know. Well, he's going off right now about that Star Wars girl who was a chick who was, friendly with Comicsgate and is generally considered, kind of low IQ. But aside from that, I don't watch her videos. I've never really watched any of the videos from any people in these. They're basically like they're monetized fake anti-woke. They're leftists in disguise as not leftists. And again, it's Comicsgate, it's all these other people. It's the people that Comicsgate all used to stream with, and now they sort of have closed in because the disgrace of Comicsgate is not just disgrace, it's a legal liability. There's a lot of potential for them to actually be sued if anyone actually did it. Instead of just the usual empty threats that, comic book nerds are just making empty threats. How dare you do this in comics? How dare you take my money and then not do anything? And then, as much as they could, because they demand refunds, and Ethan would start giving refunds performatively, where he would give a few refunds, and all the people would be placated and go, "See, he's giving refunds," and then after like 5 people are refunded, he would just stop. But yeah, as far as that Star Wars girl, she had covered up for Ethan Van Sciver's behavior for many years as well, knowing that he had lied, and the evidence that Ethan Van Sciver and Comicsgate had supported false flagging and deplatforming and censorship and slander and all that kind of stuff throughout the movement, and from many other people. All that's old news, and it had backfired on them pretty badly, to the point where there was law enforcement going around. And again, this is old news too. So there was threats of actual legal action, and actual legal action that did happen, and Ethan had to sort of back off of one of his big liabilities. And the Ribbit coin, that was a big thing where Ethan was facing actual criminal investigation. And to this day, even the people who now have jumped ship from Comicsgate to whatever new rebranding of Comicsgate that they are involved in today, even they won't honestly and openly discuss. There we go. What? Well, I won that myself. That was all me. But seriously, that was all me. Anyways, the yeah, that stuff's old, and it's something that nobody really talks about. But we have been just about the sole voices, and there's a lot of other people actually in indie comics who behind the scenes have come to us and been like, thank you so much for finally being the only people who are honest about any of this. It gets worse than you can imagine, and so on. Like the fact that Ethan Van Sciver called people's employers to get them fired from their jobs because they asked for refunds for cyber fraud back in the original first thing. That happened. Nobody really talks about that. Eric July was actually aware of that and would not talk about it. He would, in fact, his direct response to that was to have Ethan Van Sciver on to defend him and support him and praise him. Eric July used to talk all the time about how Ethan Van Sciver is a genius and a great creator. He's fantastic. He's wonderful, and that the haters are so disgusting, and we're gonna monetize those haters. And he started doing videos defending and praising Ethan Van Sciver and going after the haters. And then the fucking Ethan turned against him, proving that the haters were right. And Eric July went full pussy bitch mode and deleted all of the videos because, of course, the haters. They proved that the haters were right, and that Eric July was not only wrong, but a disingenuous person who intentionally chose to cover up the disingenuous actions of other people, specifically, Comicsgate and Ethan. And the thing is that now he's working with other people who were in Comicsgate, who were directly complicit and culpable in that behavior as well. Wait, no, not this. Yeah, wait. There we go. We used to have that. Yeah, wait. Yes, there we go. Anyways, so again, there's a lot. The story goes a lot deeper than anyone wants to admit, and nobody will talk about it because they have a personal stake in keeping their own culpability in the behavior a secret. They don't want anyone digging the same way, for many years before this. And then now that it's out, they don't want to. Like Liam Gray even does this. he's complaining about how people are going after him, but he doesn't mention how a lot of the people who are going after him were people who used to pay him to report other people's channels for them. So, will this open? No. Well, why am I here? Here, let's just
completely
go through this
falsified. I've never done that. In fact, I only offered my condolences and stood up for her against.
Whatever he says, he's never done. Doubtful, but also at the same time, it's about Star Wars Girl, which I have no idea. Someone else would have to go into that.
Other people that were targeting her dead sister. But
So she was being a bitch, basically.
she was
One interesting thing, he's talking about the people targeting her dead sister or whatever. A lot of that is in reference to War Campaign, who were making fun of her sister who committed suicide, that kind of shit, which got the whole Comicsgate Cyberfrog Dynamite deal and other sort of backroom deals blown up. Once again, the constant liability of Comicsgate's behavior just blowing up in their face. Shit. Well, I got... Yeah, that was a head... Oh, there we go. Headshot. Against a bot, though. That doesn't count. None of this is real. Oh, daily challenge. Okay, there. Finally. What's some of the others, then? Recon. Oh, I have to go as Recon, then. Well, better run out here. Take an adrenaline shot, run out here, and get killed. But another thing that you'll never really see people admit to is the people, the War Campaign guys who were doing that. They used to fucking like take people's real life pictures and Photoshop them into porn and stuff, and But the thing is, they would do it for Ethan Van Sciver. Here's another detail: is they would also, in order to be in War Campaign, you had to take pictures of your dick and send it. They would have to send it to each other as a loyalty test, and also it was it was said that not only would you have to send it to the other guys in War Campaign, but since they were doing it to be Ethan's personal defense force, that Ethan would have to get those pictures too. And now, today, those exact same guys in War Campaign are part of Rippaverse. They're in the Rippaverse fandom, welcomed with open arms. So once again, it's the same behavior, just a different name, just a different branding, under the same disingenuousness. Oh, fuck. Speaking of which, they're capping B. That's bad. Wait, didn't I die? How am I supposed to do all this at once?
To intentionally, fire up all of my haters and
the haters.
Poison.
Notice it's always the same language. When with these dishonest people, they're always fighting the haters, and the people who are drinking the haterade or whatever the fuck. Shit, what am I doing? Oh, wait, can I? Nope. Whoa. Grenades? How dare they? Fuck you. You could tell I was a bot because he was actually trying to revive a teammate. Piece of shit. No real player would fucking help their team like that. Speaking of which, I got killed by a bot. I should just uninstall. Anyways.
The community that I'm in, where I do my business, against me, so they wouldn't financially support me or back my books, and other people would feel pressured not.
He's another thing. A constant projection is that Liam will complain about stuff that he either directly did, supported, or was complicit in covering up for or endorsing. It was like, when Kiwi Farms was simping for Ethan, he thought Kiwi Farms was his friend. When the War Campaign guys were all on his side, they were all his friends. And now that they're against him, he's going to complain about the behavior that he was in favor of back when it was to his benefit. So you're going to hear lots of projection from Liam throughout any video he does, not just this, but just any video of him.
Not to have me around on streams or not associate with me.
So this Star Wars chick, she and by the way, I mean, I watched you stream from this morning, I think, and
Yeah.
the first time I spoke to her was last night. I actually DM'd her and
I haven't been checking chat much, but it's there. I can go check it out. I'm focusing on something very important, though. This wonderful game. I mean, this game sucks.
said, "What did you
I have mixed feelings, actually, but I won't get into that. I could talk about that some other time, but who cares?
say about this guy?" You know, yeah, I contacted her. I haven't been speaking to her for ages.
Okay, so in the spirit of transparency, then, who has contacted you previously to try and have you do coverage on me?
I'm not going to mention names, but just people who aren't content creators, so viewers, basically. Now, whether they're viewers of comic book stuff or whether they're viewers of mine, I'm not sure. But put it this way, people who are unknown to me.
Yeah.
You know, and I get a lot of them. It's you know, I get them every day. I get people saying, "Hey, why don't you cover this?" And people have said, "Why don't you cover this? Liam is nuts."
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So now, in that clip that you showed of me on your video, is it possible that I'm sort of cheering you on and like were you in the chat or was someone pretending to be in my chat and was like, "Oh, it's Barry," and being like really,
That was an actual player that I shot. Okay, get headshot. Okay, I have to go for headshots.
you know,
Oh,
gracious
fuck.
about that because I'm a big fan,
Shit.
possibly, maybe, and I have
Oh,
been.
yeah, maybe, sure.
You know, like,
That's kind of what makes this betrayal so much better. Is that he was a big fan of Bering, and you fucking Liam knew that or Liam really thought that Bering would come out and be on his side. Okay, it has to be. Really has to be. Really has to be with some kind of long range shit. I suck at long range shooting, but again, I'm playing against some bots, so that should be good. But yeah, Liam was like, "Oh, surely Bering will listen to me. He'll be honest." And here's the thing: Bering did listen to him, and realized that the haters, as usual, the haters, the detractors, are right, because the haters are not. Shit. Defeat, not me. I'm winning. But the haters are unbiased. Usually they're not. By definition, they're hating. They're biased by their hate. But the fact is that they're not. They're not actually biased at all. And just as Bering is technically, I want to say, Bering, welcome to the Haters Club, because I knew it. Come on, fucker. It has to be headshot kills? Headshot hits. No, okay. All right, that's cool. Was that far away enough? I don't know. Here.
Like I've been, my former name, as I mentioned, I don't know if you remember me or not, but I used to go by Akashic Soldier before I was struck down.
Akashic Soldier is the email address that Liam Gray emailed, tried to blackmail Preston Poulter for our docs with, which is funny at his expense, because again, Liam does not think that he did anything right. Liam doesn't even think he did anything that would backfire on him. He doesn't understand how his behavior backfires on him so hilariously. The same way that Ethan doesn't, and the same way that any other fans and simps of any of the other E-celebs don't understand. When it backfires on them, they're like, they just go, "Well, it's the fucking haters, the detractors are doing this to us. How could they? How dare they?" That kind of shit.
Down. I've been struck down multiple times, by the way.
He hasn't. What he's talking about is that he used... what he's going to talk about is he used Stan Lee's likeness without any permission to try to promote a comic. Or somebody did, and he posted it. And that's the entire story, and he acts like it was some kind of false flag against him.
Okay.
So, by these people. And
these people, he doesn't say who. He never says any names.
I've been a member of your community since forever, and I'm a big fan. You're the only person that I still keep up with out of the whole commentary community.
Well, I appreciate that, buddy. But back to this Star Wars chick.
I love the brush off. I appreciate that, but anyways, just fucking... It needs like a slam cut to the audio there.
Right.
Yep.
So So you've basically said that she's been a massive bitch and she's lied about you and I think you said she did propaganda campaigns against you
Yeah,
and she
I do also want to say I appreciate Bering trying to be diplomatic about this, because I understand he doesn't know anything about Liam yet, so he's trying to be like, well, hey, this guy is a fan of mine. I'll be nice no matter what. And not no matter what. Fucking, in fact, later he actually does. He completely takes Liam to task, rightfully so. So, even if he didn't, though, that wouldn't be on Bering to be a personal army or fucking a weapon or whatever. Shit.
full SJW, full SJW.
something about it, something about
Liam and Comicscape people are the only guys who still say the term, the abbreviation SJW. Like they think it still has meaning. First of all, it's called the woke now, but really, as we've been saying since over 10 years now, it's just leftists. It's the weaponized left. It is the left. No reason to go with any goofy names or abbreviations or slang terms. It's the leftist. It is political leftist. And to the extent, yeah, sure, that left and right exists, which it doesn't, but people put themselves, oh, holy shit, a human teammate is actually, I hit the thank you key. All right, let's just play this.
about a dead sister.
Yeah.
I just want to know, how does that relate back to, because you seem to have gone on this mass
Oh,
flagging
fuck yes.
campaign
That was
Yeah.
a bot.
because of this IRL stuff.
Shit.
Yes.
So am I to believe somehow that
Yeah, again, notice Liam says yes. Like, there's a story. You just have to understand the story. Let me tell you, let me spin you a yarn of bullshit, of course.
a nerdy Star Wars girl, a Star Wars
Which she isn't either. She's, again, like all of them, she's performative. Again, I don't even watch her videos, but it's the same thing where it's like, oh, check it, I'm a sexy girl. She's like 40 or something. Like Melanie Mac, except Melanie Mac, I'll definitely say is much more contemptible. But it's the same level of fake. Shit. Did I ignore him? Nah, I don't know. It's the same level of fake bullshit, where it is a girl going like, I'm a girl and I like this nerd thing, and all the guys immediately fall for it. It is the same situation. I don't care if she actually likes Star Wars. The whole point is, look at me, I'm a girl. And she also knowingly covered for Ethan Van Sciver's behavior. And as all of them do as well, she pretends that she didn't. Either she didn't know, or like Liam and other people in Comicsgate always do, they go, well, there's nothing wrong with that. As they're, any normal, correct thinking person, a spiritually whole human being would immediately go, yes, there is something wrong with that. What's wrong with you for thinking that way? And that kind of thing, of course. Being an actual human being is what gets you mass blocked, put on block lists from people like that Star Wars girl who does that. She does have a block list. She pretends she doesn't, but she does. And she blocks people who not even said anything negative about her, but said anything negative about people that she is trying to protect and defend. So, and it's really oh shit, it's really sad because these facts get pointed out, and then the and people like Liam Gray just take the words and repeat them and say, oh, these other people are conspiring, and when nobody's conspiring against them.
themed
And covering for the
shit.
actual
He's
conspiring.
somehow orchestrating campaign.
Which, I need to point this out again, has receipts proving that the actual conspiring has receipts proving it, whereas and all the stuff Liam Gray and other people in Comicsgate always say never has any receipts. It just has the accusation. And the people, all of those people basically go, if you don't believe the accusation, then you're the enemy. You're one of the antis, that kind of thing, which we've also seen in practice. And Liam Gray, being part of that, now pretends that it's directed against him when it isn't. Fuck yes. Wait, I don't even have to do
Pains
this
to
anymore,
have you
though.
fucking gang stalked, and he's like to have your
Gang-stalked.
dog fucking maimed and abused and shit. Like I said, I'm not saying that IRL shit's not happening, hang on. Am I seriously to believe that some nerdy Star Wars chick?
I also appreciate Bearing not trying to shut down, but just he's making a point, and Liam is trying to damage control for it. Fuck. Oh. That was a person. I actually killed a person at this game. That was a bot. Okay. But, oh, fuck. Defeat is imminent. As soon as I die, defeat is imminent. I should live forever, clearly.
He's orchestrating this whole fucking thing. Is that what we're supposed to believe?
No. It's not just Anna. So basically, right, Yellow Flag.
He does bizarrely blame. That's another thing that's very correctly latched onto, is the way Liam seems to pick one person and try to put all of the blame temporarily until confronted. That's another thing these guys always do. These people in Comicsgate and the fake indies, basically, Comicsgate and whatever rebranding the people in Comicsgate hide under today. They always do that, where they make these claims with zero evidence pretty much every time, and then when confronted about it, they squirrel away and then start fabricating new details that would then have to be countered, but the new details never have any evidence either. So as we've been saying, going back to 2018, the easiest way to defeat a Comicsgate argument is to tell them to prove it, which again is something we've done in action. We've actually shown us doing that, and it resulting in like thousands of people blocking us. Used to be thousands of people. That goes deeper too, is that a lot of the people who blocked us in Comicsgate have since unblocked us, and so on. Again, even same for the rebrandings. We've had people who blocked us because Razor Fist, or some e-celeb like that, one or the other, got mad at us, and then they realized we were right, so they unblock us. And we've even had it so people who unblocked us reblock us because the next e-celeb, who's the exact same, we correctly point out what they are, and they block us. That happened with Ricada as well, and just one after the other after the other.
Flash, who you're talking to earlier, he is...
Yellow Flash is actually a very funny example of that as well. Yellow Flash is one of the few people who had us blocked since the very beginning because, in defense of Ethan Van Sciver. And then later he pretended to block us more recently when he already had us blocked. And he would constantly talk shit about us from behind a block. And the perfect irony of it is that he would do it usually with Nick Ricada. And you see how that turned out. Who ended up being right again? Have you apologized to Shitty Webcomics today? Wait. I was trying to unpause instead. I was hitting space to spawn. But I can't.
Is actually largely the driving force behind.
Well, hang on. Let's stay in one lane.
Well, we are. This is one lane. These guys are closely associated.
It's not.
They're good
Okay.
friends.
Okay.
It wasn't one lane.
What I mean by that is you've said that you're going to go after this. And look, this other chick. That is it Anna or fucking Katie or someone? I don't know her. I know nothing about her. I know of this stuff.
Katie did dogs. That's the. It's weird how there's other people in Comicsgate who are like, oh, it's a piece of shit. And again, there's so many fractured portions of Comicsgate and subdivided and rebranded people. The same disingenuous people, the same disingenuous behavior, but under a different label.
Star Wars girl because she's a big YouTuber. I've spoken to her briefly, so that's why I'm sort of fixating on the Star Wars girl. You've named her as someone that you're going to take down, basically, right?
Well,
You've also said that you're going on this huge campaign because your family's being harassed.
Flagging that Star Wars girl is definitely pathetic because, again, she's just some look at me. She's a pick me, an abject pick me, but that's all she is. She's just the same. It's like flagging Melanie Mack because you don't like her or she said something that you didn't like. Liam Gray unironically thinks that if you say something that he doesn't like, that he can get the crown. That's something that really blew up in his face too. He used to say that he was going to get the crown against people, and a lot of people laughed at him for that. I can ask for ammo. Oh, shit, what am I doing? Oh, that's what I'm doing. Yay.
And all these horrible things are happening to your IRL.
Yeah.
I want to know.
And again, the IRL real things were fake. He goes over a lot of them. That if I would just stop pausing for 2 seconds, we can listen to some of the hilarious stuff. But again, it's old stuff. It's stuff we've gone over a long time ago, where Liam is constantly acting like people are gang stalking him. He makes a claim. I mean, well, hold on. Let me not spoil it.
How that IRL shit, if we're taking it on face value, is related to this nerdy Star Wars girl.
Because she coordinates with all of the people.
The huge mistake on Liam's part right here is saying because. First of all, you fuck up right there. It's insanely stupid to be... even for his tactic, what he should have said was, okay, she isn't involved in that. She's involved in... like I don't know, because whatever he's claiming is retarded and bullshit. He's lying. Liam Gray's lying, so he doesn't really know the correct approach. It's one thing that Liam Gray always hilariously fucked up, whereas other people in Comicsgate would stick to the lie. They would stick to a consistent and simple lie, something that is straightforward, something that doesn't have to be altered or manipulated when you get caught in a lie. They always say, just keep doubling down, because eventually, if you just commit to it long enough, people will just believe you, no matter how fake it is. Only a bot would walk backwards into enemy gunfire, into an enemy-occupied point. Come on, bots. Pull it together. Oh, wait, no, don't.
People that are involved. This isn't one person just making it difficult.
When you say coordinate, does that mean that she's being mean to you on the internet?
No, I mean that she's gone to other creators and other people and incentivized.
The answer to that's yes, actually.
Them to come.
It's not yes, actually. Double actually. It's not yes. She wasn't even really being mean to him. She was just critical of him. The thing is, she's what even Liam isn't admitting to is she's doing it in part, not entirely, but in part because Ethan Van Sciver needs to discard Liam. Liam was a useful idiot for Ethan Van Sciver for a long time, and it backfired on him, of course. So now, or really for the past several years, Ethan has used Liam as a personal punching bag and source of blame. But Liam doesn't understand that. He doesn't know it. And he doesn't want to admit it. He doesn't want to face the facts that Ethan Van Sciver wants people to go after Liam. And that's not entirely why that Star Wars... They're doing it now primarily because Liam is flagging people and melting down again. But it's Liam just being himself. So there's nothing new about what Liam's doing. And that's the primary reason that Star Wars Girl is in any way critical of him. Especially because Liam is a liability to shit, to Ethan Van Sciver, and really most other people in Comicsgate, and kind of the overall fraud of it, because it reveals, holy shit, that that everyone was complicit in the behavior, and they were more than happy to sit around as not just Liam was doing it, but just the other people in Comicsgate. That's also why Liam doesn't think it's wrong, because wasn't doing anything the other people in Comicsgate either did or wanted to do and talked about doing behind the scenes in the back rooms and in the private DM groups and the Whisper networks that Comicsgate has multiple of. All of these comics movement, the fake indie comics movements have oh shit, I'm just getting my teammates killed by staying here. But all of them have their own, usually multiple different Whisper networks that will, at some point, one or another, play against each other when the groups inevitably subdivide. And because that's one thing that is constant about all of the Comicsgate and the rebrandings and their offshoots and that kind of stuff, is all of them will eventually turn against each other, because none of them are real creators. They're drama tubers and self-promoters. They're essentially public relations business people who are selling you the cure for the woke, and it's the placebo. And people sort of deep down inside ultimately want to fall for it. They would rather buy the placebo than a real cure, because the cure is something that's kind of clinical and too real. It's too tangible. It's too final. So people are like, no, I just want to be told I'm right. That's what people really want, is that they want to be told. They don't want to be told the truth. They want to be told that what they already believe is the truth. And wait a second, I should be using this.
After me with false stories, lies about me, and
Here,
lies
again.
about things that have occurred.
Poor victim.
And she's done
the badass victim, Liam Gray, which again is the usual thing for all of these people in all of these comics, these fake indie comics movements.
this with a large group of other people, and she has given head pats and cheered on people on Kiwi Farms who have come to me in real life to cause this kind of...
See, this is very schizo, because somehow Kiwi Farms, it's like Kiwi Farms, the true mastermind of Kiwi Farms. Don't believe the lies that it's null and all this. It's actually that Star Wars girl. She runs Kiwi Farms. She's the secret king of Kiwi Farms. Oh shit, I'm getting shot. No. I'm okay. Everything's fine.
kind of grief.
So hang on a second. So wait. So let's say in the future, let's say in the next couple of weeks, something else bad happens to you IRL.
Yeah.
Will that now be my fault because I made a video
Yes. Wait, I don't know.
cheering people
I don't
on
know.
to
No.
harass you?
Because that's not what you did.
Here's the thing, is that, of course, Liam would not say yes. Because, again, he worships, it's all about status worship. He worships that big 500,000, that he says, that 500,000 that followers that he sees that Bering has on his YouTube channel. That is the most important thing. That's the most important priority to Liam Gray.
You just saw what you saw. See, there's a big difference, Baron. Like, I don't. It's so big. It's hard to sort of show it without.
Liam so wishes he was
insane,
peers
right?
with this guy.
But like
I said, I'm happy to take the IRL
there are a group
bad
of,
stuff on.
There are a group of people, and they're largely online, right? These are influencers, okay? Guys like Yellow Flash, John Delarose. These guys have hundreds and hundreds of hours of content.
He loved Yellow Flash and John Delarose when they were doing this stuff that he's accusing them of. When they were doing this stuff for his behalf, on his benefit. He was more than happy, not just to let it happen, but to cheer it on, to gloat about it. He used to constantly, well, really all of them, would constantly be like, yeah, we're going to do this to you. It's like the monetizing your haters. It's like, yeah, we're going to monetize you. We're going to make money off of you. And they would gloat about it. They would be more than happy to do it. But then when it gets turned around on them, all of a sudden, that's when they have the problem with it. It's projection and irony all combined. It's a nice combination.
Content on me. They have hired people, actually paid people, and incentivized people. Enter that Star Wars girl who's gone out of her way.
Part of that is also fantasy. Fucking Liam Gray loves the idea that he wants to. It's the badass part of the badass victim. Is that he's so important that people are paying money to gang stalk him and shit.
To propagandize my life, lie about
Shit.
relationships.
But
Oh,
hang on
thank
a sec.
goodness.
The lines are being blurred.
That bot's name is No Regrets. Thank you, bot. Thank you for the good laugh.
The lines are being blurred again, right?
No,
You-
one
you-
second. Let me finish.
No, shut up. On one hand, you're making it
Shut
sound
up.
like that Star Wars girl has gone
Normalize telling Liam Gray to shut up to his gay face.
out and contracted some evil motherfucker to come and fuck with you and your family, and
Yes.
then in the next breath, you're saying, and she's done this through propaganda. What the fuck does
No,
propaganda
they've done
mean?
it through money and Gumtree. And
So the Star
and
Wars girl and
website.
Yellow Flash have hired nefarious people to
Yes.
come and fuck with your house.
yes, specifically a Brown CBR and John Della Rose.
See, here's the biggest problem with this. One of the reasons why I felt like I kind of needed to do a stream about this is Liam Gray is basically an op at controlled opposition to make the people in Comicsgate, current, former, whatever, turncoats, anything, to make them look better in comparison by making himself in completely fucking batshit insane and because John Delarose is a complete fraud. He's disingenuous. John Delarose used to constantly beg me to go on streams with him, like almost every day, and he would complain about Ethan. He was like, Ethan's the bad guy, and Comicsgate bad. And then turn around years later and be like, oh, Ethan's actually the good guy. I always loved him, that kind of shit. And then back and forth, he would, like, a year after that, he would be like, oh, Ethan is such a slimy weasel. Again, more projection. And just that, back and forth. But now, John Delarose comes off looking better because he has Liam Gray going schizo about him and accusing him of fucking gang stalking and trying to kill his family, trying to kill and eat his family or whatever. The same goes for Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash is John Delarose and Yellow Flash and a lot of other people like them are also the same as the quartering, just without the false flagging, at least in public. That was the thing, is that a lot of people in Comicsgate would do false flagging by having other people do it. And Ethan Van Sciver not only has done that, but the receipts prove. He's done, you know what, I need to level up this. This is the first game I've ever played where the Scorpion is actually not a piece of shit. Even though it fires like BBs. In every game, because in real life it does. It's one of the shittiest guns in real life. It's a meme gun. It's kind of like the Desert Eagle. The Desert Eagle also sucks in real life. It's just more of a meme than an actual practical weapon. But in this game, it actually does. You can slap all sorts of goofy attachments on it. Because it's a modern game. Modern games are just like, here, throw fucking laser dot sights and forward grips and shit onto this goofy ass gun from the 1970s or whatever. I don't know. Hey, you know me. I don't like to complain.
Who is also a large YouTuber and has a history of serial harassment.
Serial harassment is, of course, the gayest way to put it. What he would do is slander other creators from behind a block. That's what Yellow Flash specifically has done for many years. And Liam will never say that because, of course, Liam himself does that. And Liam was in favor of anyone doing that, including Yellow Flash. Until now, of course, though. What changed is it started being used against him. Victor, I made such a good point there. We won the game. Somebody's trying to talk in our squad. I turned my mic to push to talk, so I know I'm not talking in the game. Top squad, yes, of course, yes, of course. Anyways,
They were picked up specifically to target my life. They went to Kiwi Farms, have
where am I on the
incentivized this.
scoreboard?
They've
Second
lied
place.
about previous work relationships.
Again, I'm playing against bots, so that isn't. It should not be that impressive.
With other people in the space to
No, you know what? Fuck that. It's impressive. I'm good. I'm just that good. You just that good. Ooh.
have people not work with me. They've accused me of sexual misconduct with employees, which never occurred and was a result of the inspect element tool editing.
This again, I don't know how much of that is when he says inspect element, he means people are like altering HTML so that they can screen cap that. What he's trying to even if it's true that people did that to him, because it is possible that, of course, the war campaign guys did that to him. But if that happened at all, it's the war campaign guys, and it's stuff Liam used to also push when they did it to his benefit, of course. But what he's really talking about is actual DMs that were confirmed true, that did leak, of him sexually harassed. It's a really dumb way to put it, but basically it's also a dumb way to put it that he was creeping on a girl. He was hitting on a girl who was not interested, and he kept talking about sex. And we did do a video about those. We read through those the leaked DMs. It was with Nerd Wonder, who was another nerd girl, but she doesn't. She's not like, yeah, look at me. She's still nerd girl. You know how much I hate women, but I don't know. I've talked to her before, and she's like, yeah, it's okay, whatever. I don't hate that Star Wars girl either, and I do feel bad for her that her sister disappeared for a while, and they're like, I don't know where she is, and it turns out she had committed suicide, and it was fucking kind of brutal and confusing. And again, that whole thing with the war campaign guys started making fun of her about it, and it blew up Ethan's deal with Dynamite, and it blew up War Campaign never made a comic before, but they were getting a deal behind the scenes with Dynamite to make a comic. And actually, that Star Wars girl, she was getting some deal to do like a variant cover, I think, for Vampirella. And I think they just hated that she was getting an offer that they were, because they probably saw it as like she was not getting on merit. She was getting it just because she was a void. Whereas they weren't getting it on merit either. They were getting it because they were just friends of Ethan Van Sciver. And by friends, I mean that they were taking dick pictures. They were taking pics of their dicks to send to each other and Ethan to prove how loyal they were to Ethan Van Sciver, who they called Caesar because they fucking worshipped him so much. Die radio.
Conversations.
Was that furry conversation?
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Is that not real?
No, like 7. What is it, Shenny? 80% of it is all inspect element.
80%. He's just fucking got the measurement out.
So
What's the 20%?
I did say to her that I'm I'm rich and good at sex, and that was a joke.
Okay.
Which is the correct response. That is also our response, was laughing at her, not her. By her, I mean Liam Gray. Liam Gray, she Liam Gray, where I'm intentionally misgendering him. But, what am I doing here? Oh, wait, this is fun. Yes. Oh, sweet. Yeah, fucking, come on, motherfucker. Yes. Oh, fuck yeah. Anyways, Yeah, he told her he was rich and good at sex. Here's the thing, that's not even paraphrasing. That's the exact way he said it, which is first of all, he was like he looks 50 right now, so I'll just say he was in his 40s or maybe early 50s when he said that, judging by his physical appearance. I don't know or care how old he actually was, but he was definitely too old to be acting like that to anyone. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you're a fucking teenager saying that to a hag or whatever. For any reason, if you're going around acting like, again, the badass victim, Liam Gray loves acting like a badass, as all of the other people in the fake indie comics movements always do. They're always badasses until somebody criticizes them, and then it's slander and hate, the haters and detractors and all that shit. They always become the world's biggest pussies, and they block and then talk shit from behind a block. And that is true of every single person in the indie comics creators, fans, whatever, except for Iconic Comics and King Wolf Comics. If you want to support the real, the honest, the forthright, and the creators, if you want to support people who focus on the books first, who care about actually making the good stuff first, instead of, you know, the damage controlling and the I'm a total cool awesome person, but they're gang stalking me and trying to kill my family, boo-hoo bullshit. If you're tired of that or don't want to support it, the only people to support then are King Wolf Comics and Iconic Comics. There is not a single other exception. Well, except for like other people that, you know, King Wolf or and Iconic would, well, especially King Wolf, would tell you, hey, check this out. Well, there's we know a few other people who have made comics actually, and I can't remember all of their imprints. You know, I'll give a shout out to Atomic Comics, who is just a nice people to us. It's always tricky to say that because like we've, you know, helped support this. Something that we've talked to with about some other indie creators too, is that you throw in some references and thanks to oh shit to other people, and then you find out that they're complete pieces of shit later, and it's like, well, now I feel stupid. Like the fact that there were comic book references in Common America is an unpleasant fact these days. But I understand it, because Comic Hut was a guy who would be positive of. Oh, no. Oh, I think somebody accidentally fucking said they're gonna support me. Yep. Or res me. It was showing some of the arrows on the screen. But anyways. Yeah, I understand it, but and you can't just vet. You can't look into the soul. Like, we don't do that. We don't. We're not such geniuses that we can realize and detect instantly what people are bad or not. Ugh. So when it comes to, you know, giving some thanks or shout outs or whatever, propers, any of that kind of stuff, it's like, there's another thing is people, there are a bunch of people who follow me on Twitter and that kind of stuff, and it's like, oh, cool, and or it seems cool, but then every time I think that the name is familiar, I'm like, is this one of those people who blocked me because I criticized their favorite e-celeb, and then they have since unblocked me and start following me now? Because there are a lot of people who do that, and I don't want anything to do with them, and I don't remember anymore, because I don't care enough to keep up with that shit. So I don't keep an enemies list or any of that kind of shit. So anyone who had me blocked and slandered me and now is like, oh, actually, well, you guys were right about Ethan Van Sciver. And there's some people who do that. They're like, oh, you guys were right about Ethan Van Sciver, but I can't take the way you criticize this other E-celeb that I'm in love with. I'm in gay love with. I can't believe you guys do that, you know, that kind of shit. The same way that we were right about Ethan Van Sciver is how we're... Because it's the same behavior. We're just calling the same behavior what it is. And a lot of people don't want to... they don't want to accept that or admit that or realize it. And so... whenever I see them following me, I'm like, is this one of those people? Or is it just a name that I recognize because I see their name a few times? I don't know. But because of that, I don't follow back. And it's unfortunate. It's clearly to everyone else's detriment. It's I'm sure that all of us feel very bad about the fact that I can't give a follow back to all the tens of people who follow me. But, oh shit, see, I don't like taking cover. It happens in every video game. You take cover next to the exploding barrel. What happens? You get exploded by the exploding barrel. Fuck you. No, you piece of shit. Anyways, okay.
That is Liam. That's 100% Liam being a dickhead, right? Like, I'll be aware.
Notice Liam talking in the third person. That's always a giant red flag. You hear somebody talk about themselves in the third person, there's something wrong with them. Especially when they're not even popular. That's something that famous people do when they get really stuck up their own ass. But when somebody's not famous and they do it, it's because they're out of their fucking minds and that there's something wrong with them and that they're disingenuous as people inherently. Forever and always will be. There's not some moment in the future where they might stop being like that. They're going to be like that for the rest of their lives. And therefore, you should never forgive. Forgiveness is gay because of that reason. For that reason, it's not gay if somebody's actually contrite for real, but it has to be for real. Most people who have ever lived, like trillions and trillions of people who have ever lived, will forgive people who don't mean it, who aren't contrite, and they're wrong to do that morally. My opinion about that is that that's a bad thing. But it's not an opinion that they do that and that it's morally incorrect.
Beware, with the full context of that, man. This was you've also got to keep in mind that, you know, this is stuff that was engineered and released 2 years after it allegedly occurred, the day that I announced that my wife was pregnant and we were getting married on Facebook.
Again, very conspiratorial. He's acting like they were waiting to pull things out. And when you think about it, it's like it's the same excuse the quartering uses. So, you know, the comparison is very apt of Liam Gray and the quartering. If only people knew and were honest enough to admit that there's really 1,000 other quarterings out there that people simply don't want to accept. Oh, with the graphics to die for. Yes. So good. Oh, never mind. Anyways.
Less than 1 hour later, they released all of this stuff and started covering it and telling everyone that I was a nonce and that, you know,
Well, I just scanned Chewy at, do you believe the Earth is flatter than a pancake? Are pancakes flat? No. The answer to that is no. Flatter than a pancake. Do you mean like, does that mean it's thinner also? It's flat, but also thin. Is the Earth's surface really only like a few inches? Well, actually, no. Flatter than pancake. A pancake isn't even an inch thick. So, this is important. Hold on, guys. Chewy at. Chewiest of all my ats. This is important. This is important. The answer is no. There. That was important. Now it's over.
I was.
Who did? Are you saying the Kiwi
Flash
farm?
and Yellow Flash and Anna?
Okay, so
Again, you know, if I was going to get really conspiratorial, and I should, Yellow, I would say Liam Gray is a paid operative to make people like John De La Rose. Yellow Flash and John De La Rose are paying Liam Gray to make them look better by comparison. Because it's going to work, of course. You know it's going to work. Well, I know it's going to work because I'm right. You will be right if you only if you agree with me, of course, naturally. But it'll work where people will go, oh, John De La Rose and Yellow Flash are actually great guys because listen to how crazy Liam sounds. Shit. And also, my opinion about that is that people being disingenuous in that way is a bad thing.
So is there a video on Yellow Flash's channel where he does this?
Dozens and dozens and dozens going back years.
Where he releases a bunch of personal information on you, right?
No.
Many. And you'll see as casually as he spoke to you the other day, he's like, oh, it's a rebel.
The actual answer is no.
It's all of this stuff, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, they shot my fucking
hang on a
respawn
second.
thing.
Wait. Is it Yellow? So did Yellow Flash go digging around for your personal information and dox it? Or was he reporting on stuff he saw on Kiwi Farm?
His lead moderator on his channel is a cybersecurity consultant from California who goes by Brown CBR. In conversation,
if any of this is true, it would be worth digging up. But again, now that Liam is outing it, so to speak, or is bringing it up, it's sort of inherently discredited. Oh, I baited my teammate to death. And then I baited myself to death. Holy shit.
Shown with Ethan Van Sciver. He has been shown to, in private DMs, he's been shown to use him to coordinate and send people after me. He is the guy that is...
I don't know anything about this either, and I think it would be worthwhile, especially because I do know that Yellow Flash is the kind of guy who to do this thing and get involved in this exact kind of behavior because we've seen him do this and get involved in this kind of behavior. Among other things, like Yellow Flash was covering up for, take this air conditioning. I'm European. You can't have air conditioning. He was covering up for that umbrella guy who sold his child to a pedophile, convicted pedophile. He covered up for Nick Rekieta. Oh, shit. No. Most likely did cocaine with Nick Rekieta around Nick's children. And if he didn't personally do that, then he knew it was happening. That kind of stuff. And I say that in the same way that I said Nick Rekieta was a cuckold back in 2019 before anyone was ever aware of it. And I was dead right about it because it's... First of all, Your Honor, just look at him. And second of all, you can tell by the way he talks. The mannerisms, all that kind of stuff, it's obvious he was a cuckold. I don't know how anyone couldn't fucking tell back then, aside from the fact that he was popular and people wanted to believe the great lie that... Shit, hold on a second. Is it still alive? Nope. People wanted to believe the great lie of Nick Rekieta, the wholesome trad dad, when clearly he wasn't. That's why Nick himself even made fun of his own fans who thought that he was a wholesome person. He was like, I was always a degenerate. And people were like, what? No, how could this? Why is he saying this? And it's like, yeah, it's true. It's one of the few things Nick was correct about and telling the truth about. Fuck you, television. That Nick was always a dishonest, disgusting piece of shit, degenerate, sex creep, sex weirdo, you could say. That's another thing, by the way, we're many years, maybe decades ahead of everyone else on, is the word weirdo really hurts these people, so they try and use it on everyone else as much as they can. For some reason, they're stuck on the word weirdo. It just is like the same way I'm stuck on smashing these doors. I don't want the doors blocking me. I don't want them blocking my path. See, look, I'm opening up avenues. This is good. Chewy. Choy. At. What the fuck was I talking about? You know what that means. Time to hit unpause.
Has come and
Shit.
being
Come?
largely responsible for
never
the
mind.
hacking on my computer. You know,
The
Is
fuck?
this, is this the things where they blew up your routers or something like
yeah,
that?
man. And they actually
By the way, I don't know if Bering will ever hear this, but I still have Liam Gray's videos where he says Anonymous was hacking his router. The video where he's wandering around. Oh, that was a person. Wandering around a mall talking about how Anonymous has blown up like 5 of his routers. And he keeps buying. Most likely what he was doing was he was buying the cheapest routers that just fall apart and die on their own. And then he blames Anonymous because, again, he's the badass who's so dangerous, but he's also the victim. It's the most important part is being the victim. So Anonymous is blowing up his routers to try to silence him, when, of course, he's the only one trying to silence him. Well, he's not the only one, but it's his side that is the only one trying to silence. There was something, Ethan would do that. Other people in Comicsgate would constantly do that, where they act like they were being deplatformed and silenced when nobody was deplatforming or silencing them, and they, in fact, were the only one. In fact, that's how they would help cover it up. They would cover up their own dishonest behavior by just accusing other people of doing what they were doing. Where? Oh. Oh, okay. It's nice here. I'll just lay down and take a nice little nap.
did. They, not just me, but like other people on my block. It's like, how much was it, Shenny? Like 13,000, 10,000 something dollars worth of damages because they use.
See, now he's trying to claim it's not even just him, but everyone in the neighborhood. The weirdos, you could say, are doing stuff to everyone in the entire neighborhood, and somehow it's that Star Wars girl and Yellow Flash and John Dollarose who are all responsible for it. Not that they did it. Liam's not saying they did it. He's saying they're responsible. But here's a very important thing. As previously mentioned, the best way to destroy a Comicsgate argument or claim or whatever is to tell them, prove it. I knew that giant glinting light in the corner should have been something. But then again, I want to look away from it. It's too bright. It's hurting my eyes. Anyways, here.
So they hacked your router and set them on fire.
No, they never set them on fire. See, this is where everything goes retarded. This is where everyone makes.
Also, here, another classic tactic. I want to say it's a Liam tactic, but it's something that all of those people, the Comicsgate and the rebrandings of Comicsgate into the future, always do, is they take a detail and say, no, let me tell you the correct version. See, now you know the truth. Now you'll finally know the truth, and it's me telling you the truth, therefore I'm an honest person. And the thing is, you could tell, usually people will still fall for that, but Bering doesn't really go for it. Not that I'm saying Bering really holds Liam's feet to the fire for this. It's one of the greatest tactics of a pathological liar is that they'll present you with so much bullshit at once that it kind of inherently meant to be overwhelming, so that you can only question so much of it at one time.
Makes it a big retarded joke. No, they just bricked everything.
Hackers can't really do that either, unless you're doing something. I am blaming Liam here. I am placing the blame on Liam. First of all, I'm not actually blaming Liam. He's making this up, so it never happened. But if it did happen, it would be Liam's fault. It would be Liam did something. I don't mean to incite this, but I mean he gave his Wi-Fi password or some kind of way for somebody to hack into the router There's a lot of extremely suspicious shit. Like the fact that Liam says he's married and has children. First of all, the wife and kids came out of nowhere. He claims to have a teenager, and the only way any of that can be true is if he married somebody in the past couple of years and they already had kids, which is not out of the realm of possibility, of course. But he's very clearly neglecting the children already. I mean, the kids are talking about committing suicide on his streams. Liam Gray is a child abuser. There's no way around that. The same way that a lot of the other people in Comicsgate that Liam Gray were friends with are also child abusers, blatantly. Nick Rekieta. We were the first people to call Nick Rekieta a child abuser correctly because we knew we could identify that behavior when I ran right into. Oh, okay. Farming Dynasty. What a great name. But we called the behavior as it is because it's obvious. It shouldn't. It can't be. Well, it can't be that mysterious when somebody's public behavior it involves them like using their children as troll shields or fabricating false attacks against their children. And if you see people if you are friends with people doing that, you are complicit in child abuse as well, which right off the bat was evidence that wait a second, is that that was the first evidence, to be honest, that I knew that Nick Rekieta was a child abuser, and of course I ended up being right about that. And that really came from that Umbrella guy. And because we were right about that, Yellow Flash, we used to call him Yellow Umbrella because they're not interesting or distinct enough to have any difference told between them. But also, every time we would say something that was true about that Umbrella guy, Yellow Flash would have a fucking conniption fit, and always from behind a block, of course. That is the heroes of your fucking your comics revolution. These are the people who are really moving different and putting the industry on notice. Is the biggest cowards in probably the history of the entire internet. Oh shit. They're the people who would shoot me in the back from an elevated position when I'm being the hero trying to capture points. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm trying to capture points and farm bot kills.
A couple of times
Maybe
they hacked
I'm the
into
real
me while I
coward.
was live and came on stream and started like sharing dick pics and screaming and stuff. And
So it's, sharing dick pics again. Liam, prove any of this. For the love of God, prove any of the claims. Me and my brother have barely paid attention. We don't fucking like watch any of these people's. Even when they talk about us, we don't watch their streams, and we still have the evidence of the stuff we talk about and say. Not even like I don't even necessarily want to keep it, but I have some of it just as trophies for how shit. Oh, oops! I accidentally hit the mouse wheel. I'm glad my teammate actually saved my life there. That was nice. That's nice of my teammates. Yay. Well, here this.
various other things like that.
Who's dick pics?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like,
Do you?
not mine.
You don't know?
There's no Liam dick pics out there, thank Lord. But
That sounded like a lie. That sounded like a big fat fucking lie.
but yeah, so this has been ongoing for quite a while, for years and years. And what's happening is these people that are terminally online, that have like nothing
Unlike Liam. That doesn't describe Liam. How dare you?
going on in their lives, right? Like these A-log guys, right?
Fuck.
They seek the approval of these influencers, and these influencers give them head pats when they go and they do this stuff, right? And they
Head pats was another term that Liam got from us. And again, I'm not supposing that. I'm not suspecting that. People who know Liam, people who Liam thinks is on his side, have let that slip. Have told us, yeah, Liam gets a lot of terminology that he hears from my videos specifically. Should I res this guy? I'm not sure this guy needs it, but you know what? Whoa. Because we have infinite lives. We don't have lives to lose. But you know what? Isn't it nice? Isn't it fun to paint? Yeah, turtles aren't purple, by the way. Whoa, shit. There we go. I avenged myself somehow. Ah, whatever.
Report on it and they cover it and it creates content for their show, right? Which is why I was adverse to have a conversation with you.
Oh, wait. Liam
Publicly,
drops
because
out.
there will be this all over. It's not like anything else.
Doesn't
I've
do
ever
that
seen.
anymore.
There will be hundreds of streams that are 5 to 6 hours long, all about me.
Liam used to do those. Liam used to be the guy who would do the 5 or 6 hour streams. He would promote them when it was Ethan, because all the people in Comicsgate, they don't make comics. They just make 5 to 6 hours. That's on the low end. It's usually closer to 10. Ethan Van Sciver's been known to do a 10-hour stream and then fucking leave it to go do a 4-hour stream and then leave that to go do another 2 or 3 hour stream. He's been known to spend several days, and he would not be working on his late overdue comic because he knows he doesn't have to finish any of these comics. I mean, he has to finish them. He just doesn't have to work on them. They can be years late. He doesn't have to actually do any of the shit because he knows his fans, former or current or anything, won't do anything about it. Including the people who hate him now for whatever reason, they're still not going to do anything. They're not going to criticize him. The other YouTubers, the influencers should always be said with the same tone of voice as ass cancer. But the other people don't want to tell the truth. They don't want to admit to what they supported in Ethan Van Sciver's behavior. They just want to act like, if they'll just quietly stop streaming with him. Even though it is on them, it's their responsibility to come out and admit. They should apologize. Again, it's all about contrition. They want forgiveness, but they don't want to have to be contrite. To receive it. They want to be just handed it to them because they are rich and popular on YouTube. And not to be critical of the big you, the big royal you, the editorial, which is really the people who aren't listening to this, but you let them get away with it because you have no backbone or principles or integrity. And again, by you, I mean the people not listening to this. If you're listening to this, you're a good person. You should pat yourself on the back. Good job. Good job listening to shitty webcomics. But wait, there's more. There's more.
It's like I'm Anita Sarkeesian times 10.
Yeah, that's a pretty good, apt, correct comparison. Sounds good.
But literally, I'm just going, please leave me alone.
Right.
That's not happening. Nope.
So my question, I suppose, is if these people have content on their channel.
Again, that's proving my point, though. The badass who's like so dangerous. He's speaking truth to power, but also he just wants to be left alone. As he's the only one who got involved in the first place, and people reacting to him is what he thinks should not be allowed to happen. Again, it's a common thing with all of the fake indie comics, fake anti-woke, the leftists who pretend that they're not leftists.
Channels, right? That are here's all of Liam's private information. Now go and harass him and fuck with his family. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Why is it that you're going after them on the basis of cyberbullying and harassment and not privacy complaints? Wouldn't it be?
I will be going after privacy complaints as well.
But the ones you've done so far are bullying and harassment. Like you're getting bullied by. You're getting cyberbullied by chicks, man. It's you realize that. Man.
Owned.
Really gay, right?
I know.
Oh, he knows. Yeah, I mean, of course Liam knows. What you thought Liam didn't know, well, you're the one who's wrong now, actually.
I am 100% with you with how much this is shit, okay?
Again, it's the same tactic of, yeah, I understand, as he clearly doesn't.
We do not disagree. But the problem is, right? The problem is I've tried going private.
Here, he's going to give a big list of things he did not at all do.
I've tried going offline.
No.
I've tried.
Have you though?
Well, here's the thing. He didn't try going offline. He was basically embarrassed into running away from his responsibility and his and what he is, what he was guilty of, essentially, because he got so completely fucking owned, and that was it's another thing. It's very common in Comicscape, but also doesn't happen nearly enough. It would happen more if people held them responsible. And usually the only people who do it is us. Even Kiwi Farms would pussy out and back down because they don't really have what it takes. And I know people on Kiwi Farms. There are a bunch of people on Kiwi Farms who are who watch our videos, subscribed, and are on our Discord and stuff. And the thing is, they're the ones who actually tell me, yeah, Kiwi Farms is kind of pussified when it comes to actually not going after people, because we're not saying to go after anyone, but just to hold anyone accountable for their actions. Like when they show up, like when Ethan Van Sciver shows up, and replies directly to people on Kiwi Farms who are criticizing him, Kiwi Farms backs down and will not hold him accountable for his actions. All of a sudden, the stuff they pretend to be against, they're not against anymore because he's on Kiwi Farm saying it. Now, that has changed. They do that. They'll actually hold him accountable more now, but only after many years of sort of shitting themselves, embarrassing themselves about it. And we had dared Kiwi Farms to prove us wrong about that, and instead, they did the exact opposite. Now, I'll say, good job, pat yourself on the back, Kiwi Farms, for finally doing it, 5 years after we had been saying it. If down to, again, verbatim stuff that we said about Ethan, now Kiwi Farms is saying those exact words. And I know it's not the entire, it's just the Comicsgate thread. But still, we saw a lot of people, even other people on Kiwi Farms, would come to us and be like, it's really pathetic how Kiwi Farms is just marking out like faggots for Ethan and these other people in this fake gay movement, that people sort of wanting to be scammed. Oh, these observations are not mine. They're from other people who would read the thread. And some people who read more of the boards who are like, yeah, Kiwi Farms is just a place where, there's some sayings apparently on the site where most people on Kiwi Farms are just other lol cows in denial or who haven't been caught yet or something like that. So, that is how that stuff is. And I do understand why for a long time people were kind of afraid to go after Kiwi Farms because they don't want to get doxxed or have their lives dug up. But I remember specifically from Smug Frieza that there's that whole situation with classic. Now that is some good old classic. Smug Frieza was a guy on Kiwi Farms though who Liam started, in his usual skits with it. And this was, again, around 2019, 2020, something like that. Where Liam Gray was like, the Smug Freezer person is actually Thomas Royloop from shitty web comics. And then, and people were laughing. And the Smug Frieza guy messaged me being like, what should we do about this? And we kind of both agreed, because I think he suggested like, we could sit on this or we could out it and laugh at him. And I thought, yeah, you know what, let's sit on it, let's just see how this plays out. So we sat on it, and it did indeed escalate, because Smug Frieza ended up what was called doxing, and I guess technically what he did was trying to remember the guy, the Sweetcast, which, like, I've never seen any of his videos. Never, I've heard of the guy, but I still have never seen any of his videos. I don't know who he is, what he's about, if he does anything. As far as I know, no, he doesn't really do anything except, he's an influencer on YouTube, of course. But his name, like, on his social media, like, it's on Twitter, it's at Sweetcast, but his Twitter handle is Clint Stoker. And I only remember that because of the drama that blew up because of it. But Smug Frieza on Kiwi Farms basically Googled Clint Stoker and found his LinkedIn, which had his address and shit, and then just posted that to Kiwi Farms. And I wasn't in favor of this. I'm still not. But also, it's like, that was, the extent. Basically, that was the extent of what happened. And as much as it sucks, nothing came of it. It was just like his information, his name got posted in the Comicsgate thread on Kiwi Farms. They never did anything. No one on Kiwi Farms did anything about it. I always think that doxing is gay and whatever, but I do also think in this modern day, partially because of Kiwi Farms, you have to practice OPSEC. Don't have your whole name. Come up with like a identity, fake name, that kind of shit. That was the funny thing, is that a lot of people in Comicsgate thought that they had me dead to rights or something, because they started like making just the stories, the many stories I could tell. But like, when that Umbrella guy pretended to report me to the FBI because that Umbrella guy faked death threats against his own children. And then he was like, and I've reported you to the FBI and they have a file on you already. And it's like, this is a name, Thomas Roylope is a name I made up like 6 months ago. There's no way the FBI has a file on somebody just because they trolled you and made you look like a whiny faggot. They should. The FBI should definitely have a file against me for making that Umbrella guy look like a whiny faggot. Capital offense, gots to say. But the I was making a point about this somehow, but it was something about Liam Gray and the doxing. Oh yeah, well, that was related to the Sweetcast thing, because I ended up getting blamed for Smug Frieza doxing Sweetcast, and here's the reason why: is that Liam Gray thought I was Smug Frieza because my Discord name at the time was Smug Laylee, which was the profile pic I had was of Laylee, who is that little bouncing whooer in the lower left corner of the screen right now. And so that was my posting name on Discord. And so Liam, of course, in his incredible genius, thought that he had cracked the code. As it turns out, I have never had a Kiwi Farms account. I still don't. And I possibly never will. Never say never. You know what they say. But so yeah, the guy posted, Smug Frieza, who posted that stuff. Liam Gray ran with that, and then a bunch of other people in the whole sphere, like think of any of the nerd culture war YouTubers. Everyone in Comicsgate, and from there into anything, any of the rebrandings of Comicsgate, Ripaverse and Nerdrotic, and even like Mauler for some reason, were tangentially involved in pushing this hoax, because like there were other YouTubers who started doing videos claiming that I had doxed Sweetcast and threatened to kill that Umbrella guy's children. And my response the whole time was prove it, because I didn't do it, of course. So, you need to actually present evidence or admit that you lied. And what happened was after like more, Smug Frieza on Kiwi Farms, then it did like a reveal post being like, haha, we tricked these people. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of the YouTubers deleted their videos where they made these claims, because it was all horseshit, of course. But none of them apologized. None of them came out and said that they were wrong or that they were misled. None of them even blamed Liam Gray for pushing the lie that I was Smug Frieza. And again, this is something that we already did videos about, because this is going back to 2020. This is over 5 years ago. And to this day, none of them have ever apologized. I don't want an apology. None of them have ever even admitted that it happened. In fact, when questioned, we would continue getting blocked. And from behind a block, all of these people would continue to not be held responsible for their slandering. But some of the few people who kept doubling down on it was Yellow Umbrella, of course. And to this day, Liam Gray, the last I know, Liam Gray was still convinced that it was true, to the point where he started losing friends over it, because, like it was just backfiring on them. It wasn't bad, not that it was just backfiring on Liam, but it was starting to make them look stupid and actually open them up to a defamation lawsuit, which they would actually lose. Unlike the lawsuits that they had supported, that were all losers, if we had sued for defamation, we would easily win. But the thing is that the way I always saw it was, why sue for defamation when the other people, especially the people who, and I'm not talking about Bearing here, but the people who always claim they love to laugh at the retards, for the longest time would refuse to laugh at these retards. Oh, that's friendly. So nobody would have any principles about it. And to this day, probably the biggest lolcows in the history of the internet continue to remain unnoticed. And nobody would know that better than us, because nobody knows that less than Kiwi Farms. That was another thing that was proven, and not a claim from me, but specifically other people from Kiwi Farms who are like, yeah, Kiwi Farms doesn't really understand or know anything about it. They like to pretend like they're the experts on the lolcows, but they're really mostly clueless. Again, this is not me saying this. This is other people who are on Kiwi Farms. And they say, I just read Kiwi Farms because I just, the stuff they do post about is funny, that kind of shit. It's like, okay, I get that. They're just, it's weird, is that we're casual observers here, and yet we're better at it. And again, this is not my opinion. This is objectively quantifiable. But I am better at the whole Kiwi Farms thing than Kiwi Farms is. That's kind of sad. Isn't that sad? Not for me, though. It's happy for me. I'm so proud of it. It's clearly been such a boon to my life. Life actually has been pretty good lately. It's been a very good year for us, which I've been just blowing with all this fucking video games. To be honest, I've actually also I've put on like 10 pounds from just pigging out. Oh shit. Pigging out like E-Rock. E-Rock's always pigging out. While playing Bioshock, he's always pigging out. while watching Fraggle Rock. He's always pigging out. Ah, this is a classic Opie and Anthony bit. Anyways, dope, more like Dopey and Agony. Anyways, wait a second. I should play this.
Though?
Yes, for 6 months.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, for 6 months, for 9 months consecutively.
Oh, 9 months.
I ignored John Delarose. Completely
I
ignored.
got no fucking idea who John Delarose is.
He is one of the guys
And nobody should.
that Yellow Flash was that bolstered up from 5,000 to like 10,000 or whatever it was.
Whoa, holy shit! From 5,000 to 10,000. First of all, if that's true, I have no idea because again, I don't pay attention to these people yet. They are constantly paying. Well, unironically, they are paying attention to me. I don't know why because they are so. Well, I guess I do know why because they hate me so much. They need to know what I'm doing, and it's funny because it's the same thing Liam Gray claims is happening. Except I don't make up lies about it. I'm actually telling the truth because when it comes to shit, hold on. I can help you, yay! Because I don't go around pretending like they're going through my garbage or any of that shit. They're just pissed off at me because I'm right, and there are a lot of people who hate follow me because I was right about Comic Skate or because I'm right about Rip-A-Verse or I'm right about this thing or the other thing. And they want to kind of square the circle that I'm right about one thing but not the other. And that's very effeminate behavior, of course. It's the same thing that... I mean, if you want to pretend that like you're not like Comic Skate, don't act like all the people in Comic Skate, you know? That's not my fault. I'm not putting a gun to your head and making you do that. You're choosing to do that on your own, so... But, it's your life. You can waste it however you want. You're imagine not wasting your life playing video games. What's wrong with you? Anyways.
To harass me. That's what he did. To harass me, he elevated his channel so that there would be someone that was...
Just the term harassment, going back, it used to be... I remember somebody once accused me of cyber stalking because I had criticized them, and this was like over 20 years ago. And what I did was I had said negative things about them. Not to 20 years ago there wasn't social media the same way there is now. But I wouldn't even direct it at them. I would just be talking on my own. And it wasn't that much, of course. And that's always how it ends up being with the accusations of harassment these days. Cyber stalking, cyber bullying is what it always means. And there should be a real a use of that term. Because there are actual examples that can be used. But instead, people just use it to mean they got criticized and they need to improve. But what he's referring to now, the cyber harassment, is people are criticizing him, whereas he actually was complicit in what could actually be called harassment, but to be honest, still isn't. Because if you're slandering people on the internet in a way that would get you in legal trouble, I would say that's at least closer to what the term harassment should be qualified as. But even then, it's okay, so what? People... Oh, shit. Fuck. This stupid ass scorpion. Anyways. Yeah, I'll just play this more.
Constantly at me that he could go on and at me with, right?
Woo.
So
he's adding him. Again, harassment, atting. That's what Liam Gray is qualifying as.
For 9 months, and we've got this on our attorneys. I ignored him. I completely...
It's another thing. Again, they're always claiming they can go to the attorneys. It's just like we said with the statue forums, with this or that or whatever. There's always claims that there's gonna be some deep legal shit now, and nothing ever happens because it's fake. There's always threats of the legal shit, never saying, I can do this, but that I will do this, and then it never happens. One important thing, by the way, about if you're actually going to deliver on legal threats is you have to, of course, dox yourself. It was one thing that Liam was counting on when he struck our channels, is in order to counter the strike, you have to provide your real life name. And Liam knew that. And Liam actually, after that didn't work out, after like again the length of the story, I'll just to cut it quick. After it didn't work out, Liam went to Ethan Van Sciver and said, I couldn't get their docs. Daddy Caesar, which is what War Campaign always used to refer to, lovingly refer to Ethan Van Sciver as their Caesar, and they would hail Caesar over and over again, and they meant it too. It was the gayest shit ever. And again, like we said, like I've been saying, here's further proof, is that nobody else on the internet thought that it was worth laughing at. Kiwi Farms wouldn't laugh at that. Kiwi Farms would be like, yeah, they're fucking hailing Caesar. That's totally cool. Instead of, that's the gayest shit ever. We were right about that, and now, again, years later, Kiwi Farms. And I only know this because the people who follow us and read Kiwi Farms have been telling us about that. And again, that's actually like years ago. So none of that's recent either. But, yeah, nobody actually gets lolcows like we do, and that is further proof of it. But Liam, I don't know. Liam was doing something. Was I saying Liam was doing something? He's doing something.
He had nothing to do with him. I just didn't respond to him. And for 9 months, they fabricated stories. They made up.
Yeah, this is what John Delarose wants, by the way, is to get this much under Liam's skin, and he wants to do it because there's another thing that was also proven. Whoa. Is that he's doing that in exchange for clout from Ethan Van Sciver. Ethan was John Delarose was doing streams alone for years, and then Ethan was like, you know what? I'll do streams with you. I'll promote you. I'll help you build your channel and get more eyes on it. But what you need to do is help me trash Liam Gray, who made me look bad. Who my association with Liam Gray is a legal liability to me and could get me fucked up. So we got to start trashing Liam and acting like we're against him now. And that is the only reason that John Delarose is even remotely critical or negative or anything against Liam Gray, is as part of a gay op to damage control for Ethan Van Sciver's precious public relations. Here, I can play this.
Things. They sent false letters that were apparently sent from my reverend and other things like that, which just didn't exist. They made up sexual harassment stories. They made accounts that used...
Again, made up sexual harassment stories. He was actually guilty of that shit. In fact, he admitted to some of it so that he could pretend to deny other parts of it.
My avatar, and then went and tried to sexually harass Gail Simone and other comic book pros. And
I mean, that's pretty stock standard internet.
Here, you know what? There's let me read the Chewy hat a little bit. Bad Opsic. Real Matilda Roman. I bet everyone has an FBI file on that. You know, maybe. Perhaps. I don't have a KF account because they aren't funny like Poast. You know, I kind of consider Poast to be the same. But I'll go a little easier up, because I also know people on Poast who are okay too. only anti-woke people I used to watch was the Quartering Sargon and Medicare. Are they really anti-woke? Are those the guys who fucking qualify? I would rather people watch fucking Synthetic Man at this point. I only hate Synthetic Man. I don't really like him. I'm not subscribed to him, but specifically because he was involved in shilling John Del Rose also, very briefly. And I was like, I don't fucking need this gay shit. This guy also says Kiwi Farms was made for Chris Chan. Yeah, that makes sense. And I looked it up. I Googled it. The term A-log came from a guy. It was like a guy named Anthony Logorino something. I think wasn't it Logio, something like that. I don't really know. I say I don't really know, and then I get it exactly right. Oh, hey, I'm just guessing. I don't really know. It sounds very fake humility shit. But anyways, he was a guy on Kiwi Farms who was like, he hated Chris Chan so much that he started just making up shit about Chris Chan to the point where he was making Chris Chan look better by comparison. And again, this is kind of what I was talking about with what Liam Gray is technically doing. But here,
internet fuckery though. I mean, I've had heaps of people make. I mean, you just said that you had some cunt name bearing in your chat. I mean,
well, that's what I was asking. I was like, is that
Americans love the Australian accent so much to the point where we'll overlook things. Scottish accent, Australian, British, Italian, poppy seed ranch, all that stuff.
what it was? Like, because like
it wasn't me, man.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. But we've spoken.
Oh yeah, apparently somebody showed up in Liam's chat pretending to be Bering. He does definitely have people trolling him. Bering makes a really good point about it coming up, though. I have to play that part.
Before you were in my
I don't think we have we.
Well, think about this. Do you remember when you were in my DM group way back, and you're like, oh yeah, I don't do comic book shit, and left, but you're there for like a week. So like, you know, this is back in Twitter way back.
Shit.
I vaguely remember someone added me to like a comic book thing, and I looked at it and that was and I looked at it and went, this is shit, and left.
Take that, Liam. It's fucking, and Liam's gonna try to. It's the same way. It's the same as the gas. You're going to the gas chamber is the fake laugh. As Red Bar, as Mike David would point out, the fake laugh, the fool's sip. If only these people were taking more fool's sip. They need, Liam is feeling a little parched right now. He could go for one.
Yeah.
So is that how?
You asked us a couple of questions, and then you left. You're there for like a week.
What were the questions?
I don't even remember. I love you, Baron, but you're not that important to me. I just.
Whoa! All right, take that. Bering owned. Fucking Liam slam dunk on Bering. What are you gonna do? You're gonna let him get away with that? What's this fool coming to?
Yeah, right. So is that how we know each other? Because
no, we should know each other because, like I said, I'm a cash.
We should know each other. Liam Gray is like, hey, you should. He's going full edgy Clem. You should be nicer to me.
Soldier, if you go back and look at your
what?
I'm a Kashik Soldier. That's my old username before I got struck. And if you go back and look at your old channels, you're gonna find
that's very I don't like to criticize Liam Gray, but that's very stupid of him to speed through like that kind of esoteric type of name. I'm a Kashik Soldier. You've heard me. You know me, right? Huh? What? Dummy.
Find me giving like $50-$100 super chats and stuff way back in the day,
I've never streamed that much, and when I did stream, super chats weren't a thing.
Well, maybe it was on Carl's channel. I don't know, but
it's partially and probably why why Bering has so many subscribers is because he goes way back. Some classic shit.
But like I've always you can go check. I'll go check. I'll go check and I'll send it to you.
Oh,
but I've been watching you forever, man. Like,
well, like I said, I appreciate that.
yeah, let's get back to the. What do you want to know?
Get back to the insane claims and fucking schizo theories.
Look, I still really struggle to understand how this. And let me make this.
I'll definitely give Liam credit that his schizophrenia, his mental illness, he's schizophrenic, he's mentally ill. I will give him credit that that does make him more entertaining than just some of the brain dead, gibbering alcoholic morons that make up these fake political movements, indie comics movements, groups, scenes, whatever the fuck they are.
If my daughter and my wife were being harassed, and like I said, I'm going to take you at face value for this, I would be fucking mortified, and I'd go to the police and all that sort of shit too. Of course you would, if as a dad, as a
if it was actually happening, that is.
Husband, etc.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how this all boils down to some fucking autistic fucking Star Wars bitch. I don't understand it.
You don't understand. First of all, okay, bearing a stupid asshole. You don't understand how that Star Wars girl is the linchpin of a worldwide stalking harassment brigade? What's wrong with you? How can you do this to me, Bearing? What's happening? What's going on? Let's listen to more.
Well, it really boils down
because when I've asked you this several times in this conversation, you've said, "Oh, it's fucking propaganda. It's something about a dead sister. It's something about the name of my daughter." I mean, no.
He's going after Liam's vague posting very correctly, of course. Liam, the way all of them, though, of course, including Liam, would make the accusation, and to all of them, the accusation is the proof. How dare you question it? Why are you even questioning it? You're one of the. They would do this all the time in Comicsgate. If they would make a claim, if they would make the accusation, and then if you even questioned it, or even worse, had evidence that it was a lie, then you became one of the antis. That happened hundreds of times. We know many people who were in Comicsgate, formerly in Comicsgate, who basically became antis against their will. One of those people, interestingly enough, is Liam Gray. But Liam Gray is not honest or smart enough to admit it. He likes to think that he's so purely Comicsgate that he could never be he's constantly baffled. Like every time, like that one time he got confused by the fact that he was a communist. He was starting to say, we should own the means of production in comics, and someone was like, "What? That's what the communists say. Are you a communist?" And he was like gobsmacked. He was like, "What?" And he couldn't talk for like a fucking minute. It was very funny at Liam Gray's expense, which is all his existence will ever amount to, and has amounted to so far. I should be fucking Zoomies 9999. I recognize that name of that bot because it's a bot name that shows up a lot. Wait, we should be pushing. I'm not pushing. We should be, and I'm not. Maybe am I the bad guy? Are we the baddies? Nope. Nope. Here, I will push. In fact, shit, there's a tank on point now. No. Whoa. It was a bot, though. What am I shooting? Oh, I was hitting a motorcycle. Neat. There we go. Flop right down. There we go.
None of this equals hiring nefarious cunts to show up at your house and go through your fucking bins or
nefarious cunts,
whatever you say they did.
Well, how do we sort of focus in on this? What sort of answer can I give you? Like,
Liam Gray is being a real. Whoa! Holy shit! Oh, the tree spinning there. That was cool. Liam Gray is being a real Neville Bartos about this. I think. That's just my opinion. Is that don't sue me, Liam? Don't sue me for saying that. I know that's going too far. But it's not my opinion. It's legally actionable. I'm going to triple down until the crown comes for me once again.
Essentially, there is a literal conspiracy of people in the YouTube
Conspiracy.
space who are incentivizing men.
And I'm going to keep pointing this out because it deserves to be. Liam was part of that conspiracy. He loved the conspiracy when he was part of it. Now that it's backfired and turned against him, suddenly he's against it. That's how none of these people ever have principles or integrity or anything. And it's going to keep happening. It's going to keep happening even in the split off subgroups, all that shit. Of the people who split off from Comicsgate, whatever stupid branding they're existing under now, they're going to split off again and again too, and it's going to backfire on all of them. They're going to be confused about it. It's just going to keep happening.
Mentally unwell lunatics to come and harass me, and then when I say, look, I'm being harassed, shit's going on, people are trying to poison us, people are trying to hurt us, here are police videos telling you this
is people trying to poison us. Definitely never happened. The same thing, I remember someone else who's sort of turned the corner, weirdly. Owen Benjamin, I used to sort of keep up with that. He used to claim that people were trying to poison his family because somebody sent him a bag of gummy dicks. It was like, send a bag of dicks as like a goof candy. And he ate them. Is like, and, you know, he tried to do the whole you're going to the gas chamber thing. He tried to pretend like, I'm finding it funny. I'm the one who's laughing. No one's having more fun than me, kind of bullshit. And then somebody was like, yeah, I poisoned, or somebody could have poisoned the bag of gummy dicks. What do you think about that? It was like weeks after he had eaten them. And then for months after that, he started... Am I driving? I'm driving. I'll drive. I like driving. For months after that, he started claiming that people had tried to poison him. And his evidence was the gummy dicks. Oh, come on. Give me back. Okay, there. Everything's fine. I just need to scooch past. It's fine. Everything is okay. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't want to block that tank in because I don't want that tank to die because of me. That would be bad. That's bad. Here, all right.
It's true. They say Liam's a liar. Liam's
well, the police. Well, hang on. The
police.
I just saw the police video a little while ago. The police video. The police.
Here's Bering makes a good point here too, where he's doing the thing that needs to be done more, is asking, prove it, or scrutinizing the evidence, actually confronting the evidence.
This woman confirms that a number of reports have been made.
Yes. And when I say the poison and everything, she says, yes.
Now, hang on. I can go and make 100 reports right now.
That's what everyone says. That's what everyone says. And
immediately, that's Liam Gray backing down. He says, that's what everyone says. It's like, yeah, it's true. There's no... Just because you make the accusation doesn't mean that's the evidence. The accusation is not the evidence. The accusation is an accusation. And Liam is completely cornered and has no comeback. He has nothing to say back to that, except that's what everyone says, which is him accidentally admitting that, yes, everyone's right. The haters are right.
And, you know, I've got the FIFA numbers and everything like that, and they all want it for content, and they all want the body cam footage, and they all want issues.
Yeah, but again, he has no comeback. He's like, they're going to use it for content. Okay, that doesn't mean that your accusation is true. That doesn't mean that you made honest police reports. It just means that you made the accusation. The accusation is not the evidence. That's something that we have said since the very beginning when Comicsgate would... everyone in Comicsgate used to pull this kind of shit all the time. That's why Liam is so baffled that anyone's questioning it. Because it's like, why are you questioning this? Nobody questioned stuff in Comicsgate. What are you, one of the antis? You're one of the haters, the detractors? Which, yes, welcome, Bering, to the Detractors Club.
But the police officer also says, Bering, that if no one believes you, that's their problem. And it's extensive, does she not?
Yeah.
So would the cop lie?
Yeah. Again, What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. What does that prove about your accusations? Nothing. A cop said something. You made a bunch of police reports, and the police said, well, if people don't believe it, that's their problem. That doesn't prove anything, and it never will. Liam doesn't understand that because, one, he's mentally ill. That proves it. That's proof right there that he's mentally ill. So if Liam wants to fucking strike anything for calling him mentally ill, first step, don't be mentally ill. Don't say mentally ill things. Don't believe things that only a mentally ill person would say. It's not hard. It's pretty easy. Even other mentally ill people usually figure out how to get around that in their lives. They certainly should. Here.
Well, but
we're about to win. We're about to win.
I would assume not, but the cop confirmed a number of reports. Is what I'm saying. But look, it's all by the by, because I'm happy to take you at face. I'm happy to take you at face value.
So now imagine that Star Wars girl.
Every time Liam does himself no favors by trying to then speak up. He thinks he's so stupid. He thinks that he's going to fucking he's going to correct everyone else. He's going to be like, here, fucking, I'm going to add, you're starting to take my side. Let me add something that will help you take my side even more. And instead what he does is just make himself look dumber and bury himself even worse.
Girl, specifically went into a room of your peers. Imagine you're at the office, you're working away at the office, you're sitting there, and you're there. Now imagine
he's doing the Mersh thing, ting, that kind of shit.
Someone comes in that is like,
that's kind of a deep cut these days.
A secure manager or whatever, someone higher up than you, and comes in and says, this guy's a lying piece of shit. You shouldn't have him at your company. You shouldn't associate with him. He's lying. He's making it all up. He's delusional. He's psychotic. He's crazy.
I mean, if you don't want people to think that, I can suggest a good first step. Don't be delusional and psychotic, and don't make shit up. Which, Liam, you've caught yourself doing in 4K. In fact, you catch yourself doing that in this exact stream. It's no wonder Liam fucking deletes the stream later.
Easy. And then everyone
or privates it or whatever. Who cares?
And then you lose work opportunities. And then everyone starts telling everyone you're crazy and delusional and making it up. And
he is. That's true. So I guess those people are right.
And then the people that see that are emboldened because they're like, this is great. And then they ratchet it up. It up.
Yeah, it's the normal escalate. It's the milking the lol cow thing.
I'd probably leave the company.
I mean, yeah. So now imagine that you go other places. You go to another company. And then
imagine my cock.
And that same group of people leave where they were, come to where you were, and then do the same thing. Now imagine that happens consecutively nonstop for 7 years. You apologize to these people.
That absolutely did not happen consecutively nonstop for 7 years. Especially, first of all, it wasn't happening in the first place. At the very beginning, he wasn't even, making up these lies, not until later. And he started making up the lies, and they were all blowing up in his face because they were fake. But the thing is, he knows if he says it's been happening this whole time, even though he himself never even made the claims until fucking much more recently. And really, it was, it started when he was flagging people for Ethan, and Ethan threw him under the bus because Liam became a liability to Ethan. And with that, basically, like, Liam is so stupid, he doesn't understand, he still doesn't understand that that even happened. He doesn't understand why it happened. He doesn't understand why Ethan turned against him. And I think to some extent he doesn't believe that Ethan turned against him. Please don't be behind me. Okay. I don't. Oh, fuck. That's a bad guy. Oh, it's a bot, though. Where am I? Oh, they put a shield in front of a shield? I guess it's more... that's really tactical. I guess it's a good thing. Here.
People, even though you did nothing wrong. You don't speak about these people.
Shit.
They
Who's
continue to
shooting
do
me?
this shit to you. They continue to
What?
encourage
Oh,
other people
fuck.
to start coming after you. You can't leave. You can't go anywhere. They contact your employers. They contact people who you might be doing work with. They contact everyone and tell them that you're a predator, that you're a criminal, that you're psychotic, that you're dangerous.
I'm sure this didn't happen, but if it did happen, it was the people that he was friends with, who he enjoyed them doing it to other people. But the thing is that Liam lies so often and so ridiculously that I'm quite sure that this is all bullshit. Just as as I have personally seen him and caught him. I mean, it's not even hard, but it is funny that we would catch him on this kind of shit, just lying, and we would present the evidence, and the response from the other people in Comicsgate was to block us and to say we were lying without addressing any of the evidence. They wouldn't even like try to debunk or disprove anything. They never tried to disprove anything we said. They would just say that we were lying without any proof that we were lying, or any response to the actual things that we said. They wouldn't even say we're lying about this or that. They would just say we're lying, and that if you even looked into it, you would get kicked out of Comicsgate. People got kicked out of Comicsgate for even addressing our shit. There are people who used to be guests on Ethan Van Sciver's streams who stopped being guests because they thought they were going to get us in something and ended up getting fucking blown out instead. Shit. Play this.
All of this stuff, and you can do nothing. And as soon as that stuff comes out of their mouth, everyone just believes the worst. No one wants to look into this. And when I try and talk about it, I sound crazy because it is crazy.
See, again, this is Liam trying to... Basically, he's trying to pretend that he's us, where he's slandered us and all that shit for a long time. And then the behavior that he was enjoying when it was directed to us, now he wants to be that victim. And the funny thing is, we were never victims about it. We would just mock Comicsgate and laugh at them, which pissed them, which is why they would block us like sight unseen, because that would just piss them off so much they didn't know how to handle it. Nobody in Comicsgate ever knew how to handle just being made fun of. They would have some of the biggest meltdowns in the history of the internet. The entire internet. I'm not joking or exaggerating or any of that shit. The history of the entire internet were Comicsgate people being just mildly made fun of. And people don't know that, because most of the people who act like, oh, I'm the expert, I'm I'm the king of kiwi farms, they would support Comicsgate because Comicsgate would pretend to be anti-woke. That's all it takes for the rubes to fall for it, is just pretend to be something, and people will convince themselves that it's true, no matter of how many mountains of evidence there are that it's not true. We watched it. Everyone watched it happen for many, many years with guys like Nick Rekieta. Nick Rekieta would have bizarre meltdowns. Again, some of the biggest meltdowns in the history of the entire internet was Nick Rekieta when being just mildly made fun of. We've posted those. That's still a classic. The "because of people like you" thing, where Rekieta was like pissing himself and shitting himself with despair and rage, just because a couple of us were just having a little laugh at his expense, justifiably. And to this day, a lot of people still don't know about that, because it was happening when people were trying to act like Nick Rekieta was a badass. Again, the badass victim. Nick Rekieta was one of the biggest ones in history. It's a meme that Kiwi Farm still hasn't caught on to and probably won't for many more years. The meme of the badass victim, even just the term badass victim, is something that oh shit, that we've been pointing out and correct about for many years. And I mean, a lot of people, I'm sure, know the concept, but they have no word for it, whereas we do. Because they don't understand it. Because most of the badass victims are people that they like, or have, or, they still do, or they have for a long time. That kind of shit. Here, back to this.
Because this situation is nuts. And
It sure is.
the conversations like this, where I can sit down and talk to someone about it and they'll listen instead of just going, "You're a fucking retard crazy person," I can count on my hand.
Liam, you're a fucking retard crazy person. All you have to do is just not be that. Why don't you just not be that instead of being that? I don't know. Not my problem. Oh, shit.
Most of the time people say, "We don't care.
That's
this is
my
happening
problem.
to you. Suck shit."
Yeah.
That's how everyone's treated me. Because these
Deserved.
other YouTubers
Very justified. Very cool.
are bigger influencers, and everyone wants to suck up to those guys and have their influence.
Again, Liam is pissed off about this thing that he himself enjoyed doing and liked when it was in his favor.
And they don't want to oppose.
This is something that we have talked about, though. He's getting this from us. Again, this is not me speculating or anything. People who know Liam are like, yes, he gets this shit directly from you. Oh, shit. Whoa. There we go. Whoa, no. But, yeah, Liam complains about these things because he hears us talk about them. This exact verbatim. If you've been following us long enough, you've heard us say this exact shit. The words coming out of Liam's mouth verbatim is stuff that we have done many videos about in great detail.
What they say.
Well, that's a very nice sob story. Let me ask you, why?
It's the fucking truth, man.
That pissed him off. Listen to how that got under faggot bitch Liam Gray's skin. Oh, that was a player. You could tell it was a player, not a bot. First of all, no bot icon next to the name. But second, because they weren't moving. Shit. Bots are usually moving more. It's the pattern of movement. You can kind of tell. Even without the big giant bot icon next to the name.
It's the problem. Okay. It's not a sob story. It's how my life.
It was a sob story.
For the last fucking 7 years.
You're very good at
no, it isn't
at puppy dog eyes. Let me tell you. But the fact is that you've just gone and flagged a bunch of motherfuckers. You're saying that you're gonna.
Again, I very much appreciate Bearing actually like cutting to the point, the real point of this fucking whole thing. Oh,
here you are accusing people of life ruination, but on the other hand, you're actively doing life ruination in front of everyone in black and white. Now, why? Because
what about all of my previous attempts to?
What about? You might as well say, "Here's a whataboutism." Go ahead, Liam. Just admit it.
Distance myself, to leave them alone, to not speak about them, to go away. Literally,
here's the victim part of the badass victim.
I did nothing. I had no interaction with these people. They were accusing me of striking and framing me for striking for 5 years. I showed
it was which he did. Well, hold on. He's about to admit to it.
My strike history, there was none. I said, here, I did it.
Again, you can strike on one account and then just go on another account and show your history and see it's empty because you're on another account.
Live after everyone yelling at me for striking. I said, here it is. I haven't struck anyone in 5 years. The last person I struck, literally it was over copyright because
he's talking about us here.
Because they showed my entire book live,
We didn't. In fact, I can link to the reviews that he's referring to that shows that we didn't show the entire book. In fact, it wasn't even the book he's talking about. It's a bizarre fucking like self-spiraling hoax that he presents here.
And told people not to buy it rather than reviewing it. right? It wasn't
We told people not to buy it because our review was negative.
a review. It was literally just
I don't even remember if we told people not to buy it, but again, I can link to the review. He tried to hide them. That was the thing, is that he struck them so that people couldn't see the what the videos say, so that way he could claim whatever he wanted about the videos. He could make any claim he wanted. It was, again, something that was very common in Comicsgate, is Comicsgate would make the claim there finally, and then they would say, well, look, if you know, he did this and this and that. That was where that umbrella guy would fake threats against his children on a video that he made sure to never show any clips from, because it was a complete hoax. But, and here's the thing, is that I consider that pretty typical. But what happened is everyone ran with the hoax, the false accusation, and then wouldn't admit when it got refuted, or they wouldn't admit the evidence showed that it was fake. But anyways, that's a whole other story. We've gone over that, and our point has remained proven about that.
just cover to cover so that people could, and people
So much so that I just won the game because of that.
could illegally download the PDF instead of buying my book.
And again, there's, none of that is true. There's no, the evidence shows, again, that there was no linking to a PDF to illegally download his book or any of that shit. Never happened.
So that was the last time I fucking struck anyone. Then
That's an especially bizarre lie, because that wasn't the last time he struck anyone either. He started striking other people after that. And they started getting the credit. They started claiming that Liam never struck anyone except for that. They started pretending that Liam, that they were the first people that Liam ever struck. And Liam's story changes about that constantly, especially depending on what time of the day you even ask him.
they go around and they literally, this woman who I've struck has came into my chat just the other day.
Here, Kirk Fashy says he deleted his Conquest Comics account 4 years ago. All that striking history is gone. Don't BS a B shitter, Liam. Yeah, that is pretty much how it happened. Is he made the strikes on a channel, then either deleted or lost the channel. If he lost it, it's because he was doing shit to get banned on it. Most likely, he deleted it so that he could cry victim again, because that's also very common. A lot of people involved in the whole fake indie comic scene have pulled that, where they're like, oh, they put a 2 behind their name and say, oh, I've been deplatformed and censored. There's been a lot of hoaxes that everyone just falls for, even though the evidence proves the exact opposite. It just happens over and over again. Pingus in the chat. Hello, and Pingus.
They going,
Pingus.
Liam, did you strike my channel? Rah, rah, rah. When she knows I haven't, I was live, right? And before that, live in front of an entire audience,
but why
accused me of striking people again. And then bearing 2 videos came out of the people she's sitting on panel with going, we know Liam didn't strike anyone, but we're going to frame him for it anyway. And then I've got...
Again, you got to start proving this shit. Maybe you should present this shit, like show up for the guy you're trying to convince with the evidence of what you're trying to convince him of right there. Now, I understand not having it handy, but this is, your reputation, especially because you already got caught lying. You already caught yourself lying. Don't do that. There's so many ways to not fuck up here, and Liam just fucks all of them up.
people attacking me over striking when I haven't done it in 5
Again, the fucking term, attacking. They're attacking him over striking. That's another way of saying criticize. They criticized him, and he needs to improve.
fucking years.
So again, it's the quartering story all over again. It's the, if I'm going to be painted, I'm going to be painted as a villain.
Yeah.
I'll be the villain.
No, they've already Well, yeah,
No, but he even says yes.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Comicsgate move. No, but yes. That is when somebody is lying. That's what a lie sounds like, Liam. You might need to take note of that for when you are lying in the future, because you're going to keep getting caught. You're going to keep catching yourself when you say no, but yes. Which is what only liars really do.
Yeah, that's right. I've been painted.
But
As
that's why you're the quartering Australian edition.
I suppose I'm
You see that now, don't you?
Yeah, again, if you don't want people, if you want people to believe your lies, fucking somebody says you're the quartering Australia edition. Just like it's just like when people told him when our channel got restored initially, and people told him, I guess the trolls won, and he goes, "Yeah, I guess the trolls did win," in that fake sad mopey voice of the defeated coward, the defeated, disingenuous, pathological, lying, mentally ill coward Liam Gray will do the sad, mopey voice, I guess, when he's basically completely fucking owned and bitch made. When he bitch makes himself. Again, just some advice from the expert here, from the demiurge. But don't do that. Just some quick, easy advice. It's helpful. It should be helpful if you're competent. Thank you. I'm hitting the thank you button.
I guess, but it's like they're painting me
What
as.
was with the lemon?
Oh, dude, that's such a weird coincidence. It literally was just sitting on the table, and I
That's not a coincidence. That's just random. It's just an item.
just look. I got a pen today. I was fiddling with it.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
And when you pointed that out, I went, "Wow, that is weird.
And
that is actually weird."
Is that just something you do?
That's just Liam. I'm just filling in.
That's just Liam. Again, referring to himself in the third person. Mentally ill behavior. Why are you being mental? Why are you choosing to be mentally ill? I don't know. Don't do that. Consider not doing that. Irma, don't do that. Orino.
Noise as I do a thing. I'm just being silly. You know what I mean?
Well, look, I got to say,
And a faggot.
I can't
You're being a
see-
faggot too,
I
Liam.
can't see the link. I mean, you keep going back to all these.
Okay.
Hey, shut the fuck up! You keep going back to all these.
It's just, again, just owned.
Tell me to shut the fuck up on my own channel.
Shut the fuck up!
You shut the
Keep
fuck
going back to all this bullshit about like, oh, they were in my chat. They were accusing me of fucking striking people. They're propagandizing some fucking, some hypothetical about a boss, talking shit about you at your company.
So
none of this is these motherfuckers are responsible for heinous crimes. This is all internet fuckery. You understand that, right?
It's touching my real life, and they're hiring people to do it.
Please escalate your claims, Liam. I'm looking forward to it. I know he's about to.
And they're sending money in the open to do it.
Well, then why aren't they in fucking prison?
Because it's taken me I've been in legal shit with the.
Notice the panic in his voice when he knows he doesn't have an answer to that. So he has to make up a bizarre lie that he knows he can't back up. He knows he doesn't have any evidence of. He knows doesn't make sense. He knows isn't going to fucking wash.
The police, dude, trying to get this done.
You've been sitting down with the cops for 2 hours a week for 7 fucking years, and they still haven't cracked the case.
Well,
any day now, Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
Dude, they're in like 24 different states. Right. And there are like 38 of these people, right? And it's like, this is, I'm in Australia, right?
That was a player. See, again, bots actually listen to the game's orders.
We're in Australia, dude.
Yeah.
So like, this is big.
There's Holy
an
shit!
Federal case that they've called the worst case of cyber harassment than stalking.
See, again, here's the badass part of the badass victim is this is the worst case of cyber harassment, and it's only Liam Gray who's the guy who has to face the worst case. None of you will ever face the worst case. First of all,
they've seen in the country.
Who called it?
Who called it? The
cops. The fucking federal cops.
Right.
The federal cops did. And
prove it.
And then we've got the, again, in real life attempts on my fucking life. And these people are doing this, sharing this stuff out, telling everyone that all of these lies and shit are true when they're not true, telling everyone I'm a fucking liar and insane, I'm delusional.
You're a liar and insane, by the way, Liam.
It's not happening. And then going and paying people.
You're delusional and it's not happening also. That's important to add.
That are doing it in the open. In the fucking open. It's not secret. It's not hidden.
Liam used to put on a fucking suit and do like a nightly show where he considered himself like the premier show of Comicsgate drama, where he would do this exact shit gleefully. And now again, here's the and he used to refer, that's the way he would talk about it. Like, yeah, I have the most important show in Comicsgate that talks about, this and that kind of shit. And it would and that, that was the badass part, and now is the victim part.
Right? You can go and watch him send super chats and brag about it.
Wait, whoa,
Yes.
whoa.
People used to send him super chats and brag about it, and he would brag about the super chats he would get, as all of them would. They would brag about super chats for unironically for lying about people, usually on their own side, but even other people who basically were like the more honest, real versions of them, such as us, of course.
Whoa. So Star Wars girl super chats someone, and that's a contract
Usually,
to fly drones over your house, kill your dog, poison
Yes.
your water supply.
don't try and. Are you gaslight? Are you trying to?
I'm
fuck
not
around
gaslight. I'm trying to fucking
I'm talking
interpret what you're saying.
I've told you what Yellow Flash. I've told you what that Star Wars girl.
Whoa. Fucking things slow down. Notice, again, proving our point. Like, Liam is so stupid, he doesn't know he keeps playing into this every time. But proving our point that to all of these people, the accusation is the evidence. The only evidence. Liam says, I told you about this or that. As if there's nothing else to it. How dare you even question? I told you about it. Therefore, there is nothing to even ask. I could have done a takedown on him. But that would be bad. See, I'm a good person. I wanted the goofy-ass scorpion kill. That's what I wanted.
So the payments to these nefarious motherfuckers were internet super chats, is what you're saying?
No, they were the ones of the people showing up were.
So hang on a sec.
Again, this is in the face of the fact, because I think he understands if he says yes it was, he would have to prove it. The same way that we proved that he took payment on his comic campaign to flag our channel. When Ethan Van Sciver paid, not just donated to his campaign though, because as you can see, and there's an archive link proving it, that he donated multiple times over and over, buying out every tier at the exact same time that Liam Gray was false flagging our channel. Okay. So in a way, I think Liam is trying to rationalize, like, well, no, it wasn't for super chats, because he knows if he tries to say that, then that would just be used against him. But that might also be trying to give Liam Gray more credit for his logistic capabilities, which he's also not really, he's not any good at. He really sucks at that too.
So these bad guy motherfuckers, right? They got their balaclavas on, right? They've just gotten off a YouTube live. So they're YouTubers / fucking...
This is another thing. Liam doesn't understand how stupid all of this sounds, because it is stupid, because also Liam's lying. Like, if first of all, if it was true, but it was this outlandish and bizarre, it would be like, yeah, it sounds totally bizarre, but here's evidence proving it. But Liam doesn't have any evidence, of course, because it never happened. You can't prove something that it never happened. Or specifically, if something never happened, proving it is, well, it would certainly take a lot more work.
fucking professional hitmen. That's
No,
their
no,
job
they're not.
description.
No, you're not listening, Ben. You're making.
In the chat, Liam can only strike receipts, never present them. Australia bans anime. Australia is stinky. Whoa. Well, Australia is officially over now. It's done.
Making it
Right.
ridiculous instead of listening. Man.
Well, because it is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, but
Yeah, again, no, but yes. Liam constantly playing into that. I think Liam hasn't been watching enough of our videos lately, especially because we put him behind a paywall. If he did, he would be able to keep up with it. See, that was the thing, is that for the past few years, instead of just posting this stuff, the critical analysis and the truth of Comicsgate, we said, you know what, here, it's going to go behind a paywall now, just because now Comicsgate can't flag it as easily. Because it wasn't just Liam Gray flagging our account, of course, but, you know, that's the more of the story. Just, it would be a distraction. You know, I don't like to get distracted.
it's not what you're seeing it as. Okay, you've got to listen to me, please.
Right.
Yeah, listen and believe. How odd that Liam Gray would compare himself to Anita Sarkeesian and then behave like Anita Sarkeesian. What a weird coincidence. Perhaps even a pure coincidence.
There are mentally unwell people. There are two people
You said it, Liam.
literally in an institution over this now. We've had 2 arrests.
Fucking Liam was in an institution over this as well. And notice again, he's never saying who. He could give a name, even a name you don't know, a name Bering has never heard of. But Liam could say, there's this guy named blah, 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 who is in an institution right now because of this. Give the name. Go ahead. Actually make a case. Don't just make vague posts and accusations with no evidence, Liam. This is why no one deserves to believe you either, on top of no one believing you because you're lying.
Over this. These are mentally unwell people, right?
Okay.
That
You said
have been hired from Gumtree, of all fucking places. You know what Gumtree is.
Never say you know what Gumtree is unless you actually know that they know what Gumtree is. Because then you're trying to look smart. You're being a pretentious cant. As they say in Australia. They say that in Australia, right? That's how they say it in Australia. Actually, I'm probably thinking of Sexy Beast, that classic movie. They're all Australians in that, right? They're fucking never call me English again. That's from fucking In the Loop, actually. But whatever.
So
you know
they've
me,
been
I don't like
hired
to be specific.
Sometimes as much as $600 US.
Gumtree,
Whoa.
like as in like the fucking
Yes,
eBay sort of
they
thing.
they put up jobs there for them, like fucking hit jobs, and they
It's eBay. So here's the thing. I don't know what Gumtree is. I know what Gumroad is, but Gumtree, if he's talking about like some kind of Australian equivalent of Gumtree and trying to act like people are being contracted to harass and threaten Liam through it, then it's, again, you're overplaying your hand of ridiculous accusations. Here's what you should have done, Liam, is make the accusation. It's fake. We all know. We understand that your accusations are bullshit. But what you should do is just say there's over websites. You could even say the dark web, which still sounds retarded. But that's better than saying the specific site, which either sounds unlikely or can be refuted. That's one of the most important parts, is people can dig into that and say, oh, that's not true at all. You're clearly making that up. I mean, hey, you know me. It's not my place to say.
give people criteria what to do.
Hang
And
on,
then
a
they
sec. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. I'm just on Gumtree. Hitman.
No, that's not what they do, dude. It's not called.
Right. Okay. How would I find a hitman?
They
on
direct
Gumtree?
people. They direct people there. And it sounds crazy.
Well, do you know? But yeah, but like, okay. So just run me through the process. Star Wars girl finished.
By the way, if that was true, you would be able to just screenshot it, I'm sure. You'd be able to say, oh, here's the listing for somebody to harass me. It would at least something to fucking back up your claim. But again, what Liam wants to be... He wants to be a bad... See, that's always aim for the 10 ring, guys. Chewy at. He wants to be a badass who is facing death threats and hitman coming to kill him while, fuck, we have given up B entirely. I sure have, because I'm phoning it in so hard. I'm just getting my ass kicked. Okay, wait. Whoa.
This is a fucking video about Han Solo's fucking nutsack, right? She turns the fucking stream off. She has a coffee.
You just laugh at your own mockery, Liam, because Liam likes to pretend he's in on the joke, but the joke is about how he's clearly lying. And so Liam isn't, the brain cells aren't rubbing together just right. Whoa, no you don't.
She
Oh, that was a
fucking jumps
player.
onto Gumtree to
Lol.
hire a fucking hitman to fuck with your water supply.
No.
What does she type?
No. That's not what's going on. See, like
You
this
just
is
said
why.
that. You just said that's what was
No,
going.
you're
I
not.
feel like I'm being gaslit now. What the
man,
fuck?
I don't know. Why are we having a communication problem? You're a Nazi. I thought you'd be easily understand me. Okay,
Look, I am very.
dude. I'm not
easy
saying
to
that Ennis.
communicate
I'm not saying Ennis doing.
I thought you called him autistic. He's you're autistic, but I think he said you're an Aussie. It's easy to understand. Okay, now that I'm listening to this in the headphones, because I'm trying to prevent shit from echoing, now I can actually tell.
This. What I said, and I said this earlier, right? What I said earlier is these people are incentivizing other people to do so, and then when they do it, they are encouraging them, they're rewarding it, and they are gaslighting other people.
If that is true, you're overplaying your hand, and you're making it so people can't believe you now. So I think that's also important. Is if stuff like this is actually happening to you, one of the most important tricks to helping your case is to not overplay your shit, not to fucking make grandiose claims, not to keep cranking up the level. It doesn't matter if no one's going for it, because I mean that's happened with us, where we're like, hey, this happened, and then everyone just ignores it because they want to believe that that their favorite YouTubers who are guilty of it are actually based in red pilled and didn't do anything wrong. They couldn't possibly be acting like the woke SJW left that they're against. They have popular YouTube channels because they are so anti-woke. They hate woke Star Wars, therefore they can't be leftists. And we just go, well, okay, you're letting yourself get duped. That's not my problem anymore. We did our part, and we're correct, and all of you are wrong. That's how we. We're used to that. Certainly, we've been used to that. Before all of this, and that's you can tell that's kind of what Liam wants. He wants to be that. He wants to be the poor, unfortunate prophet who is speaking truth to power and being the lone sole voice of reason that nobody's listening to because he's just so right. But he's not. He wants to be us so bad, and he can't be because he's not even close. Because, first of all, he's not telling the truth. Second of all, he was on the side that he pretends to be against now. Revive, or, I can do that. Trick enemies into hitting your sniper decoy. Oh, that sounds fun.
People like you into thinking
No one's
crazy.
gaslighting me. I just saw a spurg on the internet, and I laughed. I like to laugh at retarded shit, man. You
That's
know
fine,
me.
man.
Here, wait,
That's
are we
fine,
close to the
man.
end?
But you've still got these guys.
No.
I saw the Alazi
Shit, this ends at like fucking 50 minutes, and we're still at 29 minutes.
Clips stream, Elisa Clips, stream of just earlier today before we
You said Elisa Clips? It's Alyssa Clips, dummy.
talk, and they're on there going, "Oh yeah, telling you this guy's crazy, delusional, all this shit," right? These are the guys that are doing it. These are the guys that are doing it. Yellow Flash does pay. Yellow Flash does pay a brown CBR. A brown CBR does do it.
If this was true, I'd like to know about it, but because Liam Gray is saying it, I automatically doubt it. Even though I know specifically a lot of gay ops that Liam, yes, but that Yellow Umbrella have done that. I mean, it goes back years though, Like, Yellow Flash once sent himself a phone and tried to pretend that the SJW sent it to him so that they were trying to, like, geolocate dox him. And it's like, in order to do that, they would have to know where you are already, making the entire plot completely pointless. Again, it's as stupid as something Liam Gray would do, so that's why all of them belong together, but it's also why they would always turn against each other, inevitably.
Confessed to doing it, is doing it in the open, sends hundreds of dollars super chats to other communities I'm not involved with. I'll just be minding my own business, talking.
There are tremendous amounts of gay ops, and actually tons of infighting going on right now behind the scenes with all of those people too. The Comics Gate, Rippaverse, and Iron Age, and all that shit. And it's just starting. It's like a huge cold civil war between all of them. Not just between them, but involving all of them and within their groups too. And again, the fucking ones that are exempt from this are fucking Iconic and King Wolf. They don't do that shit because they actually just make. They're not YouTubers. They just make comics.
About fucking the Snorks,
And by them, King Wolf Comics is of course partially us, including other people too, of course. But I'm one of the guys, the main guys.
I've got a bunch of motherfuckers from the Rolex community rolling up, screaming at me about
Rolex community.
God knows what, right? And then a whole bunch
about God knows what. Yeah, don't even like mention a single detail about what the Rolex community. Does that mean the actual watches, or is that some kind of slang term? Just don't even fill that in. Just let that lie around, because then it makes you more of a perfect victim, of course. Sector lost. I didn't lose any sectors. My team lost those sectors. I'm good. I'm a good person. I successfully retreated. It used to, if you didn't retreat, I think it would punish your team. Like, it would give you, it would give your team more deaths or something. But now, if you successfully retreat, it rewards you. I think it gives you a bunch of bonus weapon and character XP. That's nice.
bunch of fucking people going through my fucking trash, showing up at 2 a.m. with a fucking video phone, and I've been assaulted 6 times.
Again, see, this is what I was just saying. Don't escalate when you have any claims. One of the best things to not do is escalate your fucking claims and say that people are going through your trash. First of all, you have to prove that if you're going to even claim that. Otherwise, you are fucking mentally ill and stupid. One if by land, Liam if by stupid. That's perfect comeback. Perfect. Nailed him. But it is insanely retarded. I love the idea though that people are going through his garbage. Again, that's the badass part though. He's so fucking people are coming after him so much that people are going through his garbage. Fucking Liam is so important that people are going through his garbage. First of all, you would have video of that. You know Liam would have video of that. Shit. Oh, I successfully retreated instantly. I must have been really close to the back lines. Not doing much. I got some kills. Where am I on the scoreboard? 4th place. Yeah.
Dude,
what are they looking for in your trash?
I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. There's nothing.
Yeah, again, this is never details. Just the accusation. The most important part is the accusation. Everything else is a waste of time. Why are you even asking what they're looking for in his trash? It's the only important thing is that he accuses people of doing it. That's the highest priority.
Nothing there. You want some fucking twisty packets? I don't fucking know, man.
But have you thought this through? Like, have you run through this in your head step by step? Like, what could these guys possibly be looking for in your trash?
Dude, so you understand how extreme this shit is, right?
It's ridiculous. And the more you talk about this, the more questions I have. So Yellow Flash is sending hundreds of dollars worth of super chats to the Rolex community to go on fucking Gumtree to hire cunts to turn up and go through your rubbish bin. Is
And to
Did he say accounts or cons? I hope the second one.
I mean,
to
speed
show
is
up and
imminent.
film and
What?
threaten assault,
right.
all sorts of
Shit.
stuff, all sorts. And he's doing this through a guy called a Brown CBR, who is that guy that has been hacking me.
Shit.
There is a community of people.
He's the guy. He's the modem guy.
Yeah, and
First of all, no. Especially if I don't know if Liam is just brushing that off or actually trying to claim that was the modem guy, because the modem thing was, again, like 5 years ago when him and Yellow Flash were friends. So unless Liam's claim is that Yellow Flash the whole time was behind the hacking since the very beginning, and that Liam was supporting it unwittingly, first of all, that would be the real story. That's what you should open with, is for all these years I was duped into supporting the very guy who was hacking my router. Liam's not saying that because, of course, it's not true. No one was hacking his router either, but whatever this other claim is, it's imaginary too.
And then what they do is that
Most likely what's actually happening is a lot of these big YouTubers are directly connected to PR departments who pay people to defend them on the internet. And that's pretty much the extent of it. They might be trying to involve in some flagging and shit, but most likely not in that case, because again, that was being done by most of the flagging that was being done was, of course, by Liam. The vast majority was being done by Liam, and aside from that was War Campaign, which they got caught on so much that they try to like fake own by being like, yeah, blame War Campaign. They're the only people who are so behind the times they still use hashtags. It's really, really embarrassing.
they then go and they make content out of this. They say, I'm nuts. It's not happening. I'm lying about
It's not.
it. They refuse to
It's
look at the
nuts.
evidence of
It's
it.
not happening. You're nuts.
They tell everyone it's not
Is
real.
the evidence the super chats
not
and
real.
the Gumtree and the fucking propaganda?
No, it's the people showing up and my black eyes and bloody lips and me having to move my family into emergency, the rat poison in my water tanks, the fucking...
Again, you would have direct evidence showing that, because you can get that tested and say, look here, this shows rat poison. You could, at least to prove that it's there. It wouldn't prove that you didn't put it there yourself, which Liam Gray most likely would do. If that ever happened, it would be Liam Gray putting rat poison in his own water supply so he could fucking whine about it and pretend to be a victim even more, as he has been doing for many years.
My dog, the razor blades thrown over my yard that mutilated my dog's feet.
Yeah, again, just constant horse shit.
You know, it's that's the evidence.
Shit, I've never seen
Yeah,
this
that's
before.
that's all fucked. That is all fucked. You know, right? And as I said, happy to take that at face value. But like, yeah, look, I'm gonna.
And then these guys,
Hang on. I'm gonna reset here.
Okay.
Take me back to how it's just describe Star Wars Girls Day for me.
I don't know her day because, honest to God, I swear.
The day where she kicked off this massive fucking gang stalking operation.
Oh, she doesn't stop.
you.
She doesn't stop. She's been doing this for 6 years.
Well, yeah, okay, all right.
I don't know.
Again, that is mental illness. It's no wonder she said he was mentally ill. That's mentally ill to say that she's been doing that for 6 years. That means that before Liam flagged our account, that Star Wars girl has been running a conspiracy to gang stalk Liam and put poison in his water supply and razor blades. By the way, one of the most important things also that gets forgotten very often is that Liam Gray used to run a puppy mill, which the thing about puppy mills is that they were infamous for, infamous around the world, no matter what the country, not Australia or anything even, but specifically worldwide. Puppy mills are infamous for bad environments and for killing the unsold puppies. So, and Liam Gray would swear up and down that he didn't kill any puppies, but he used to constantly say that these puppies are dying of diseases. He claimed that they had parvo and that he cured them, which there's no cure for parvo. So again, he would make insane claims. Like I said, I said some of the most insane, biggest meltdowns in the history of the internet. Stuff like that includes Liam Gray claiming he cured parvo, and people in Comicsgate took his side and defended him, and were like, "How dare you make fun of Liam Gray for claiming that he cured parvo?" Even though you don't have to even get a Google AI search to tell you that parvo is incurable. But still, that was the kind of shit that he was saying, while also saying that the puppies didn't die. He said that they died and then they didn't die. He would constantly go back and forth. He would constantly change his story. So again, that's just one of the early examples. That was before he started flagging us, because we were the only people on the entire internet to make fun of him for that. Aside from like Vickyverse, who I think we found out about it from Vicky, because she was the only one who actually paid attention to that shit. I'm going to do a reverse donut, and this will... Oh, shit. I thought that was going to work for sure. You know what? Here, I'll draw your fire. Get away from the fucking... the point. Are they on the point? No, they're not. That worked. Perfect tactic. Impossible angle. Oh, shit. All right, here.
No,
more.
because the honest truth of God bearing is, I don't watch her show. I don't have anything to do with her.
When he says the honest God of truth, that's usually a big fat indicator that he's lying.
I don't
You can tell Liam Gray's lying when he says something is the truth.
follow her. I don't bother her or anyone that has. I just leave her alone. I'm not. You won't find on my streams anything except reactions.
Just so many levels of just lying
that are
that
untrue,
he makes.
like insane
At some point, replying to all of it is kind of a waste.
stuff, dude. And even those I didn't make until, what was it, Shani? This year. I was silent about it for like, what, 6 years. And
There's something interesting there. You were silent about it for 6 years. Why would you be silent about dishonesty? Are you a dishonest person? Yes, you are. If you're silent about that kind of behavior for 6 years, you are an innately disingenuous, immoral person, and you were born that way, and you always will be that way. You are an evil person for being silent about that kind of thing. Except, of course, for the fact that you're lying. Which, in a way, is even worse, isn't it?
she's gone on, abused me, like on live streams.
Abused.
She's come.
Did he fucking... that Star Wars girl putting hot pokers against Liam's balls. On live stream. Chewie at... What are you going to do about it? Man, these things blend into the floor so well. Anyways. Oh, I'm on point. Oh, I shouldn't have been on point. I should go engineer, but here's the thing. I'm not going to. I don't care. Not my problem.
Come on to try and force me to dox my friends lists and stuff like that. Like,
again, you have to prove that if you're going to even pretend that shit. See, he wants to just make claims. That's all he wants. He just wants to make claims. That's it. That's all he cares about. That's his highest priority, is just making the accusation. And also, he's trying to... It's the bizarre thing. He's trying to pretend to be us, because he is shit. He is shit. But the stuff that happened to us that, all of the people in Comicsgate had conspired to do and stuff, we have the receipts proving it. To the point where all the people in Comicsgate blocked us many years ago, especially because they would make the accusations, they would make the claims, and we would reply to them with the exact evidence proving us right and them wrong. That's why people don't block Liam Gray. Nobody really has Liam Gray blocked, because he's not a risk or a threat to anyone. Just as, he wasn't to us, and and he isn't to anyone in Comicsgate now or anyone else in indie comics, is having Liam Gray against you is a tremendous boon, because immediately even people who hate us were taking our side against their will. They did not want to do that, but they had to, because Liam Gray was just completely embarrassing himself, just shitting himself in public, as he's doing right now again. A lot of people miss that. A lot of people remember the classic days of Liam Gray shitting himself in public about this kind of shit. And for quite a while, he stopped doing that because Ethan took him back. That's one of the major factors that changed that. Here, wait. I'm going to have a big easy mode
Skyver stream, so that
shooting gallery.
Because I put everything on private, so I'd be left alone. And then
he
didn't have.
He backed off. He ran away.
So she got on and started yelling at me, trying to pressure me into sharing my Facebook friends list, so she could see everyone.
Who again? Pressuring you into sharing your face. That is so false. Just sounding false. That's the dumbest thing you can accuse somebody of.
I was in contact with, so that they could go after those people. They'd already contacted my uncle, my friends that I went to school with, everything, and they'd run out of contact.
Again, none of that ever happened. Just, if we would have seen any of that going back, we would see, like, Liam didn't even make the accusation. That's something he's just now coming up with right now.
So they needed more, and that's live on Ethan Van Skyver's stream, that they were screaming for me to do that and saying I was a liar, because I would not live show my Facebook friends list to everyone.
Yeah, I know that never happened. I'm sure that Ethan wanted to use Liam as his personal punching bag. That happens a lot. It happens with a lot of Liam's not even close to the only. Liam's not even the fucking 100th person Ethan did that to, who was in Comicsgate. Like, again, there's a lot more stories. People in Comicsgate were fucking catfishing each other. The dick pics were going around. Other people not even involved in War Campaign being catfished for dick pics. That Umbrella guy, sending it or collecting other guys' dick pics with him and his wife when they were fucking, constantly talking about their children, their daughter, and like their daughter. People are making death threats against our daughter and all that shit. Meanwhile, they're most likely Tug and his wife exposing their children to dick pics that they were catfishing guys for. The catfished guys, most likely for sex, and then left them stranded. Just all sorts of shit. All sorts of bizarre shit that was happening behind the scenes in Comicsgate, going back for many years. And I'm, again, unlike Liam, who just makes accusations of crazy shit like this, there's evidence proving all of this. That's already been proven. It's already been documented, archived, all this shit. It's old news. That's the thing, is that it got buried because that Umbrella guy and, the other people in Comicsgate were all good friends with people like, like The Quartering, Nerdrotic, just on and on, all these various people. Nick Rekieta himself admitted, just openly, out in the open, admitted that he was aware of that Umbrella guy and his wife catfishing dudes for dick pics and sex and leaving them stranded. The more of the story about that, and I've talked about this several times, Doug TenNapel, the creator of Earthworm Jim, and Doug Ernst, who's he does Soul Finder at Iconic Comics. They told me about the guy. They actually were in contact with the guy that Tug and his wife had catfished, and that they paid money. They paid out of pocket to help get the guy back home because, they had this poor guy brought out to Tennessee where they live. And again, this is information they made public, so I'm not, revealing shit about anyone. But they paid to help get the guy back home, get him some food and shit. Whereas Tug and his wife had completely ghosted the guy, left him abandoned and stranded, like several states away, like practically an entire time zone away from where he had been living. And everyone in Comicsgate was aware of this, including the adjacent or whatever they want to call, including the people in Rippaverse, including especially Nick Rekieta. Oh shit! Oh, that's too bad. They were all aware that this happened. They all knew about it, and they all kept it quiet because Comicsgate was their side, so they didn't want any of this stuff getting out. So again, all of this shit, it just keeps getting darker and deeper than anyone knows or will admit, because they won't talk about it. They still won't talk about it because it would mean admitting that they were complicit in keeping it secret. And it's funny because Liam Gray now acts like he kept that secret this whole time, but that doesn't make him an immoral person, which you can tell that, again, the brain cells just aren't rubbing together enough for him to realize that's not something he should be admitting ever. But it's too late now. But you can kind of tell maybe that people came to him and were like, why did you admit that? Or people made fun of him about it and he realized he should delete the stream. Speaking of which, I'll probably cash this out.
That's done. Okay.
No, can you quick scope? I don't think so. There are ways to go quicker into quick scope. I do not like sniping. I don't even like aiming. I don't like shooting. I don't like anything.
And that was what ultimately drove me into the fucking hospital over suicide, right?
Again, he doesn't admit the other times he almost went to the hospital. He said his brain tore, like before the false flagging from like 5 years ago. But when he did the false flagging from 5 years ago and it got overturned, he said his brain tore again or something, and that he was getting the headaches and went to get an EEG at the hospital where his head was shaved. He most likely had a complete fucking meltdown just because our channel wasn't banned yet. That is the level of instability and emotional and mental lability, if you will, that Liam Gray operates under on a daily basis. Not a word out of his fucking mouth should ever be trusted, and anyone who ever did trust him is an immoral person, innately. Because why would you believe a dishonest person when the evidence proves that they're dishonest? Unless you are immoral. People who think otherwise, people who don't agree with me on that, have no morals themselves either. They're not capable of it. Maybe genetically, but, not my problem. And that's also not my opinion. It's just the truth.
Because that stream, on top of everything else that had built up, led to my first suicide attempt. And because
it really wild here, he doesn't admit that it was Ethan Van Sciver doing it, because deep down inside, he still wants Ethan Van Sciver to be his friend desperately. He's desperately hoping that Ethan will take him back. He thinks that all of this is just some stuff that Ethan will fucking overlook one day, which is entirely likely. That Ethan will take him back, but it would be a huge liability. But at this point, Ethan is Ethan's also shitting himself. All of the stuff about Liam Gray, everything said about Liam Gray, everything even accused to Liam Gray is true in every single way about Ethan Van Sciver too. Ethan Van Sciver is simply less unstable. But if Ethan were pushed, to be honest, a lot of these guys, if they were confronted about their lies, they would melt down the exact same way. I just look at Quartering. Quartering never would have fucking melted down if people didn't fucking confront him about this. And for the longest time, people wouldn't confront him about this. All of these fucking people, all these YouTubers, they fucking shit themselves immediately as soon as anyone makes fun of them just a little bit. They're the biggest pussies in the history of the entire internet. And you have to be a real expert at noticing in order to know that. And I am. I'm simply the best, I guess you could say. What the fuck? Oh, whoa. I will help you, friend. I am a surgeon. I'm a surgeon. Yay. I can shoot up anyone with Narcan and save their life.
Why would you do that over some internet shit, man?
Because
Why?
I felt utterly hopeless,
Oh.
and I thought no one would hear me and see what's
How
going
can
on.
you feel utterly
And-
hopeless?
and-
You've got a wife and a daughter.
Again, yeah, that's a very good point there too. Just a lot with those people, but comics gate and shit. But he's saying that like nobody was believing him. He had entire circles of disingenuous, scumfuck, dishonest liars next to him, taking his word at everything. The whole fucking Sweetcast thing was because Liam lied about something, and everyone believed him sight unseen, in the face of evidence proving that Liam was lying. And that's most likely what's really pissing him off and making him despair, is people don't believe his lies anymore. How dare they? How dare they not believe the bullshit that he's constantly spewing?
What are you fucking cockhead?
Dude,
What are you
I
talking
felt
about?
like I was putting them in danger by existing, and that the only way, because I was being gaslit by this other guy. It's a fucking mess, dude.
Oh,
It's
no.
a mess, right? And I had
Shit.
to go through hospital and go through recovery for it, right? And it was
I hate the way they say go through hospital. I know that's fucking like a Europe thing, British. You have the Queen on your money, you're British. To quote my peer and good friend, Dr. House, the fictional character who agrees with my politics.
because I felt, you know what? I'm, as long as I exist, and this was my honest fucking feeling from the heart. So make fun of me about something
From the heart. Oh, he's gonna be honest. Guys, Chewy at. Liam Gray's gonna be honest.
else. I felt like the only way that my family would have peace and be left alone was if I was dead. That was my honest feelings.
Well, that's
right?
pissed.
It's very subhuman, very dishonest, and disingenuous to even feel that way. To be like, oh, my family will only feel peace if I commit suicide over being made fun of on the internet, which is the highest extent that all of this, like all of his claims about what is happening, of course, on their face, basically prove themselves to be false. But the clearest, most blatant fact of it, and the reason why it is happening is because he became a liability to Ethan Van Sciver, which is, it is Liam's fault, but it's also something that clearly Liam is not mentally capable of preventing. Liam can't, he's not the kind of man who can be honest and have enough integrity and strength of morality and principle to tell an e-celeb, no, I will not try to deplatform other people in your honor. Liam Gray's the kind of person innately who will say, yes, I will get on my knees and suck your dick if I need to. I'll eat your shit. Liam Gray will eat your shit if that's what it takes to worship you properly if you are an e-celeb. He would do it for Bering. I don't think Bering wants that, though. Again, I don't want to speak for Bering. I would not presume to put words into his mouth. I do know that Ethan Van Sciver would, absolutely, no question about it, fucking accept that. Except Ethan Van Sciver's the guy who does the dick sucking. And once again, the first people in the history of the internet to make fun of him for that is us. Let's see. Here we go.
That's piss weak. But I'm not going to.
There's one other thing that I don't, not to derail and fucking pause over and over again. You know how much I hate doing that. But something very much worth pointing out and gloating about is we were the trailblazers and innovators of so much of memes making fun of Comicsgate and all the related people that these days, even a bunch of people who, the former Comicsgate washouts and stuff like that, like the War Campaign guys, now take our memes and try to pretend that they're theirs. They try to act like they came up with the shit. And again, that's very typical of Comicsgate. That's pretty usual standard operating procedure. Is they would get owned with something, and then they would copy it and try and usually try and make a shittier version or something. It happens constantly. But the thing is, they get really pissy and bitchy about that. Lol. Oh, that was a bot. About that being pointed out, because they love to pretend that they are the cutting edge. They're the badass victims. They themselves are perfect examples of that as well. Is that they want to pretend like they're all internet tough guys, but then they start crying and pissing themselves like faggots every time they get made fun of a little bit. And it's and the funny thing is that they were like really the first ones to really shit themselves, to the point where even other people in Comicsgate were kind of making fun of them. Oh. I kind of looked like... Oh, shit. I kind of looked like he was gonna... Fuck. We tried.
I'm not going to go
Whatever.
in on you about suicide attempts. I think that's
Okay.
fucked, and I genuinely hope you never do something.
It is really sickening that, like, the not just the stuff Liam's admitting to now, but the recent stuff that we've seen, where there's a suicide video of Liam standing by a stream and talking about how it's basically his suicide note. He's talking about how he's going to commit suicide, and he's leaving a final message for his children. And then he disappeared for a few days and then came back and, of course, was alive and just, faking the whole thing for sympathy, as he very frequently does. That video is still out there. I know where to find it too, because Liam, of course, tried to hide it afterwards, because when you do something like that and still live, you prove that you just are a whore for sympathy. You're pity fishing, as the term used to be back in the old days. But now his children, like, he'll, again, much like other people in Comicsgate would constantly do, like Tug used to do, would bring his children on as a troll shield to be like shaking his baby on camera practically, and screaming in their ear, "The SJWs are trying to kill my child here. See this child," just like slamming them against a camera and shit, and screaming about fake death threats that never existed, never happened, never going to happen. Oh fuck. You know what? Here, take that. Got him. But that's that's what Liam's doing, and now Liam's children are being on his streams, talking about suicide, talking about how they they are probably just sort of monkey see, monkey do, just kind of repeating the stuff they hear from their dad, Liam Gray. I still don't really even believe that he has children. I think they're just kids in the neighborhood that he brings on to pretend are his kids or something. But the highest possibility, if they're his kids, is that they're actually his stepkids. And he treats them like they're stepkids. He treats them with almost no love. You can tell by the way they talk when he has them on his streams. You can tell by their behavior, the behavior of the kids, that Liam does not love them. Oh, I killed both of them. Okay. I don't even know if they were people. Is anyone a person though? I don't know. Okay, that was a person. Missing 3 fingers. Is that Princess Bride reference? No. Oh no, that guy had 6 fingers. Whatever. I don't care. Hey man, I don't even care.
Stupid like that again, because that's fucking insane, and you shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
No.
What you need to do.
I agree.
What you
I
need to
agree.
do is
See,
switch off.
Notice that tactic. Liam saying "I agree" when he doesn't. He's trying to placate. It's a classic placation. Classic placation. Whoa. Is he's trying to trying to be like, hey, look, you're right. It's I won't say that's love bombing, but it's kind of a similar tactic of trying to get the guy on your side. And I kind of, again, not to speak for Bering, but I kind of feel like Bering is not going for it. He's not falling for it.
Get off the fucking internet. Move houses if you want. I
That's
believe
what I have
you.
to do. I've had to move 3 times, and we're gonna have to
Let me finish.
He is not. That again, not true. If he has moved at all, he has not had to move 3 times. He did move, most likely. Again, that was another extremely suspicious thing, is he talked about building his own house. And I'm not to even ask him to show it, but all he ever showed was like a shack that a lot of people seemed to speculate or notice, I don't know, was on somebody else's property. But anyways.
Let me finish. I believe you're some sort of farmer or some shit. Concentrate on the fucking cows. I hate to say it because I rarely say this, but apologize to these motherfuckers.
I have.
Listen.
He has not. Liam Gray has yet to apologize to us, and I know he's never going to. I know I don't want an apology from him because it would not mean. I know it wouldn't mean anything. It doesn't need to mean anything. An apology doesn't even necessarily mean contrition. Contrition, here's what contrition actually would be. It would not be apologizing to me. It would be, say, for instance, going on your stream to your audience, to your followers, and admitting that you made a mistake. Admitting that you did something wrong. That would be it. That you do not have to apologize to me for anything. I don't think that I am even owed an apology. Because I don't think you're even enough of a person to be honest enough to admit that you did something wrong. But why would I want an apology from a disingenuous person? I don't want that. Even though Liam Gray should apologize, I don't want one. It's just fucking, you'll never have to say thank you. Or you've never said thank you, and you'll never have to. But you should. But you don't have to. But you should. But still, the fact is, yeah, we don't want an apology, but Liam Gray is now falsely claiming that he's apologized. And that might be almost the biggest lie of all of this. Fuck.
Listen, do what you can
a
to
P90,
reverse these
of course.
because the more you do this, the more fucked you are. You think
How can I be more fucked? They're trying to kill my family.
I just love this. I love Liam Gray hysterically screaming that they're trying to kill. Oh, that was bad. For some reason, I thought that was a teammate. Liam Gray screaming that they're trying to kill his family. Of course they are, sweaty Areno. Of course they're trying to kill your family with fucking dog biscuit razor blades. Just fucking, it's just so stupid. How pathetically he wants to be a victim. This little crying bitch there's no lie he won't sink to.
How can I be more fucked, Bering?
There are many ways you could be more fucked. Like, your consequences backfiring on you. You could be a lot more fucked if that happened. The consequences of your actions backfiring on you, yeah, you'd be pretty fucked if that happened. In my case, like, if that was happening to me, if people were trying to kill my family, I could be more fucked if they actually did it. If they killed my family, then I would be more fucked. And then things could still get worse from there. That would be bad. And it certainly shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen to Liam. But But of course, it's not happening to Liam. Because we've already seen him lie about anything and everything that he can possibly think of. So when it comes to anything Liam says, what he needs and will never even try to present is third-party verification. That's it. That's all he needs. And he never gets it and never will, because everything he says is just for attention and for sympathy. He wants sympathy, sweetie. It's adorable.
Like you said, a million motherfuckers are going to clip this stream. It's going to be everywhere.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. I'm sure
Right?
they are.
This is getting attention because no one
I
likes
clicked
a
it.
fucking rat.
I clicked it. But yeah, he says no one likes a fucking rat.
And at the moment, you're a rat. Yeah, you are.
What about when my channels were flagged down and everyone laughed about it? What about when
That didn't happen again. But yeah, Bering is just hitting him with plain honesty. He is being a rat. And Liam Gray, as usual, like we've been saying, he can't comprehend it. He does not understand the consequences of his own actions, which itself is yet another form of mental illness. So they're starting to really pile up for Liam. That's not good. But also, not my problem.
That's fucked too. That's
what about
fucked as well.
These people, that was fine when they did it. It was all
No,
over
it wasn't. That's
Flashcast.
fucking gay as well.
They laughed about it on Flashcast, Bering. I got sucked. I had to pay thousands of dollars to the Stan Lee estate because SJW fucking Captain America put me in because someone said, check out this comic book, True Believer, and they fucking had him sue me.
First of all, they copyright struck his video, and that was it. And again, it was because they used Stan Lee's likeness without permission to specifically to promote something to try to make money, which is something that only a pathetic Cape cuck would do. Somebody who holds Cape shit in a higher regard than morality or their own family or just any principle. The truest form of a Cape cuck. Which, again, that's something that we've been ahead of the curve for many years. Something that the rest of the world yet to catch up on, still just barely catching up on and realizing, is that a lot of superhero comic fans are incapable of basic morality. And this is not, once again, this is not my speculation. This is something that even other comic creators are like, yeah, you guys are completely right about that. Is that so many of these fans just have no fucking morals. All they care about is like publicity and popularity and the dopamine hit of clicks and social media validation. Even if they're just the fans, a lot of them want to be creators because a lot of them think that they can do it better than Cape Shit creator number 5082, who did some comic book that they hate because their perfect imaginary version of superhero number 320 is being done incorrectly, whether it is or isn't. Something that, again, one of our peers, Steve Ditko, creator of Spider-Man, once said, Spider-Man is a corporate character. So when you care about him, you're caring more about a corporate property than even the creator of that property. Oh no, I'll get you. Yay, we're friends. We're married now, right? Anyways. But yeah, what happened was, so they struck the video, it got pulled down, and that was it. I would absolutely love if it was true that they sued Liam Gray. Liam Gray didn't even make the video. It was on his channel. I think he just played it during a stream he was doing to promote some other disingenuous faggots, shitty comic books in Comicsgate as well. something like that. But yeah, the video just got deleted. I would love it if he got sued and lost thousands of dollars. But as usual, I'm quite sure that never happened. If that did happen, he would be able to post actual, the receipts. He would be able to post images, forms, even black out the fucking, any sensitive information. But you'd be able to post the documentation proving that this happened, because we remember when Liam was seething about the fact that he got a copyright strike over that. But that was it. He never said he got sued. He never said that he lost any money over it. But now he realizes if he says that, he can be an even bigger victim, and he doesn't have to prove it. All he has to do is make the accusation. As always, the most important thing, make the accusation and nothing else matters. That is just common behavior with, really, like I'm saying, it's Comicsgate and blah, blah, blah that's doing that. It's really like nerd culture at large in general. It's a very specific sort of genome that does it. And it's not a gene I have, and it's a gene that all of these other people have. I'll pick this up. Did I get it? Nope. That's weird, but okay.
And took my channel down, and these motherfuckers...
They didn't get his channel taken down either, by the way, of course. In fact, his channel was gone. That was years before his channel was gone, which, again, most likely he deleted it so he could play the victim again.
that you're defending right now lost in my...
I actually forgot the specific details. When his channel was gone, there may have been some other shit that happened. He may have gotten strikes for specifically for, trying to post or say really bizarre shit that, accusing other people of something. I don't remember the specifics. Maybe Vicky does, maybe somebody else does. I don't know. He has a Kiwi Farms thread, but it basically never got updated. Anytime Liam Gray would have some retarded shit go on, most of the time it wouldn't even merit a post. Because, Kiwi Farms, the last people to know about anything is Kiwi Farms.
My face about it, and the whole fucking audience...
I'm not defending any. I'm not defending anyone. I even took it on
platforms twice.
You don't?
And no one said anything. The police reports, no one says anything. They all blame me. And these people go on and say he's delusional, he's crazy, fuck him. My kid could have drank rat poison.
You're delusional, you're crazy, fuck you.
Fuck Liam for going, hey, will someone please talk?
And again, no, his children could not have drunk rat poison. If his children were at risk of drinking rat poison, it's because of Liam giving them rat poison. The same way Nick Rekieta intentionally gave his children cocaine. There are so many possible reasons why Nick Rekieta would intentionally give his child cocaine, but most likely is because his kid was like, "Oh, I don't want to go to school today. I'm tired." So he gave his kid a bump or something. Maybe even mixed it into the water. The classic Liam Gray tactic, perhaps.
Talk about this and put pressure on these guys. The police said that influencers might be able to put pressure on these other people to shame them into stopping, and then
this is an insane thing just to say, not even claim, but just going around being like, the police told me. Even Bering gets on him for this. Here, hold on.
Everyone's come at me over it. I repeatedly said, leave me alone. Please
okay,
go
listen, settle down. I forgot about that. Listen, just settle down for a sec. So the police said the best course of action for you right now is to go and get other influencers to go in on your enemies. Is that what the police said to you?
No, that is not what the police said to me.
Again, it's another no, but yes. In this case, though, it's yes, but no.
The police. 1 second. Let me, so I don't misquote this. Just 1 minute.
And then just delete the video later, anyways.
Sorry for yelling at you, dude.
That's all right.
The police said that
He's having a little schizo-tanty meltdown, so, I understand. You're completely out of your fucking mind having a psychotic break. Sometimes you'll yell. I understand it.
All they can do is respond to the instances of these things happening. Okay. So they can't prevent any of this stuff from happening. We had a 2-hour meeting with cybersecurity back in Grafton when things were really escalating, when they were using illegal software to like blow our computers up. Not literally, but like frag them and stuff. And when these people were like hacking into.
Again, this is just making, like, I'll put the slang aside, the terminology. Nobody fucked with any of your computers. Most likely, you fucked up your own computer. You installed Windows 11, and then you reaped the consequences of that. That's what happened.
Into our emails and all this other stuff. I said, well, what can I do to protect my family? We're in a move. We've hidden our location. We don't have mail sent here. I don't, film outside. Like, what other things I can do to protect my family? What can I do? And they said, there's nothing they can do, but I can try reaching out to other larger influencers who might be able to shine light on this and shame these people that are doing this.
I doubt this
and
happened
then they
either,
might,
of course.
If there's social pressure, they might stop. It might be effective. This is.
I can imagine he whined to the cops, and the cops were like, okay, well, fucking, maybe get some help. Have some other people help you. But Liam is of course, going to turn that into a story where they told him, get the help of influencers, which Liam had. Liam had the help of influencers. He had the help of Ethan Van Sciver. And what happened was, first of all, Ethan Van Sciver's help is a liability. And then Liam became the liability to Ethan as well.
What I was told by the Cybersecurity Commission people when we spoke with them, with the police, in a 2-hour meeting in Grafton police station.
So the way I described it is
Liam is the Grafton monster.
pretty much the way you described it, just using different language.
That's a pretty good one from Bering. Is like, okay, so you're just repeating what I'm saying differently.
Well, no, because the way you described it,
Oh, no. But, yes.
it makes it sound crazy,
Oh, yeah, no, wait, it shouldn't sound crazy. This crazy thing, they said? Don't make it sound crazy. Oh, okay. But it wasn't Bering who made it sound crazy. I mean, Bering's doing a little goofing, where he's like, oh, okay, so that Star Wars girl is gang stalking you? He's doing a little goof, every once in a while, because it's funny. The situation specifically, making fun of Liam's funny, but the just talking about the situation is funny. But the way Liam's talking about it, no one will make it sound more insane than Liam just stating it as plainly as he can, as he's capable of, which isn't saying much.
Like, at the end of the day, how are you going to prevent this stuff from happening when these people have like a literal cult they call Liamology, right?
Oh no,
yes,
the fucking Liamologists. I'm sure somebody told Liam that word somewhere. One of Liam's many A-logs. One of Liam's goofy jokers. One of Liam's, to be honest, his biggest fans at this point. Said that they're staunch believers in Liamology, or the bullshit that Liam says, referring to that as Liamology. And Liam, as always, takes all of it so seriously and so personally, because if he didn't, then he couldn't be Princess Victim.
Fuck, yes. Man, you've got to get off. You got to get off the internet. You have to get off the. Listen,
when I get off the internet, they ratchet things up and do.
No, they don't. As soon as Liam's mouth opened in response, there, that it's a fucking lie, because that's, again, he can't be a little princess victim, a badass victim, unless his attempts to diffuse make things worse. He's such a diplomat. He's so gracious, but everything he tries to do just makes it worse, because nothing could ever be his fault. And the stuff he did to instigate it, that there's evidence showing, never exists, according to him. And if you post it and prove that it exists, he blocks you. as everyone else, as Ethan Van Sciver and Yellow Flash and John Del Rose and Nerdrotic and Nick Rekieta. Nick Rekieta never blocked anyone before until I made him block me, which I didn't even fucking. All I did was reply to him being like, by the way, your wife said thanks. It's like it took one DM over like a monthly period, one DM per month over the course of 6 months, and not a long DM either, but like a fucking 20 words worth, and now not even that, because I have all his DMs. I can show them. And I've shown the screenshot of the exact moment. What the part where he blocked me was I said, I agree with Alyssa Clips. You should stop drinking. And that was it. That was 100% of what drove Nick Rekieta up the wall so fucking bad that he had to block me. And then after that, he started blocking other people. I made Nick Rekieta do that. Just as I am the innovator in many other wonderful, wonderful things, such as that. Great moments. Some of the greatest moments in the history of the human race. That's pretty good. That's not bad. Oh, shit. I don't want to bounce this guy's aim around. Oh, fuck. I kind of figured that would happen. Anyways.
Do the more extreme things, which
bullshit.
They, well, now you call it
what the hell are these keybinds?
bullshit, and you don't even know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's the keybinds. You're seeing some keybinds that show some stuff on the screen. Hey, ignore that. No, none of those are real. No, it's not happening. Did I ever properly gaslight you about that? It never happened. No, but in all seriousness, arrow key master race. Anyways,
Know about everything, and you're calling it bullshit.
Listen. Do you understand how do you understand how the whole lolcow thing works?
Yes.
no. The answer to that is no. He says yes because the answer is no, but also because no. Liam Gray wants to be the guy who is an expert. That's another thing that really pisses him off, and would also make Ethan see, of course, is when it was shown that all of these Comicsgate people are completely hilariously out of the loop, desperate, pathetic boomers wishing that they were cool with internet culture, but none of them are even a little bit. I still remember that one stream where they were claiming, like, some guys in Comicsgate, I don't even remember who the fuck, it was just some nobodies, but in Comicsgate, they're like, they're accusing us of doing gay ops is bullshit. They're actually the ones doing gay ops. And somebody finally asks, what's gay ops? What does that mean? What are gay ops? And they were all stuttering and stammering, trying to fucking explain what they think gay ops are. And it ends with them Googling gay ops. And then they were just even more confused because, of course, they weren't even fucking close. They have no clue what the term means or what it could refer to, except, very uncomfortably, that it referred to their behavior and things that they got caught doing. And so the whole thing just ends awkwardly. And most likely they end up deleting the stream later.
But that's not what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with
what are we dealing with, Liam?
It absolutely is. And,
Yes.
and when people get reactions, when people get really mad, angry reactions.
Again, Liam doesn't understand that he's not the expert in internet culture. And so when Bering is like, no, it's this. All Liam can do is just... I mean, all he should do, of course, is just knuckle under. I can't even call him a coward for that necessarily, but you know what? I'm going to anyways. He's a coward. He just pussies up and reveals the bitch within that he always was and always will be. Whew.
Reactions. They feed off it and they go harder and they try to get the bigger reaction. The way that you stop it is by stopping the reactions.
again, Bering completely understands this. Is what they're, just very simply, they're just feeding off the reactions. All you have to do is just stop giving them the reactions. There are many ways to do that. One of them is just to get off the fucking internet.
It's really simple, and motherfuckers
It
like
is.
you and the fucking quartering and a whole long list of people need to fuck.
Liam is probably on the verge of suicide. Just hearing Bering, his apparent hero, calling him fuckers like you and the quartering. Because now Bering's just dismissing him outright as not even really being worth defending or taking not taking his word for it, but just giving him the benefit of the doubt. That is officially over now. Because he's seen Liam's actual behavior.
Fucking understand. I mean, look, it's good for my business when you go nuts, but you need to understand this because I can see that you are genuinely distressed, and
Yes.
I actually am a human man, and I do feel for you. But what you've done is so fucking retarded and so gay and so all the describing, all the adjectives. You're really making this so much worse for yourself. What you need to do is get off the fucking internet. You need to try and make things right with these people that you have. Like, as much as it pains. Well, I know you can't. I know you can't take back a community guidelines strike, but you can.
It's not about that. I mean, I can't make right with them. I've tried, dude.
I'm not saying
he hasn't tried either, of course.
No, I'm not saying make right with them. I'm saying try to get the strikes reversed. Well, and then disappear for a while. Go tend to the fucking cows. Go roll some hay or whatever the fuck you do, and be with your family and stop putting yourself through this fucking shit.
Well, I'm not putting myself through anything.
These
people.
Oh wait, hold on. Sorry, everyone. Liam's not putting himself through anything. Thank goodness we finally got that solved. I'm happy. This is good news. This is a good thing for all of us, including Liam. Perhaps Liam most of all. And for everyone going through his garbage, finding the beautiful treasures in his garbage, it's even better for them.
People are putting me through it. So I've got to shut my business down. I've got to shut my business, is what you're telling me is I need to
aren't you a farmer?
I do that. I do that like a little bit, dude. Like it's 40 hours a week. I just basically walk around the cows in the paddock and then we send them off. So
you do that full time. It's 40 hours a week.
Yeah, it's not, and I do that in the morning. But I do comic books and I do editorial, right?
He's probably just as bad at the farming. Considering how bad he is at raising children and comic books, I can't imagine how bad he is at farming. I mean, I know he doesn't own the farm. He doesn't actually run it. He's a 40-year-old farmhand at best.
I'm not asking for dollar amounts, but what proportion of your income is the cows, and what proportion is the
nearly all of it, like basically everything.
Is what?
Yeah.
Basically,
of course, it's a cattle man.
Okay, so you're a farmer. You're a farmer. You don't need.
I did this because I was cancelled. So I took another career to sort of that would be secure because I thought that was the end of everything, and they went and doxed everything there.
But listen to what all I'm saying is right. You're clearly in distress.
Yeah.
You need things to settle down for the sake of your wife and for the sake of your daughter. Who, by the way, I've seen you bring your daughter on your stream and shit. People see it. That's fucking retarded, man. Like.
Yeah, this is something that we've said about all of them. That, especially when you're making money on the internet, whining about how you are, like people are, trying to victimize you or your family. Then when you bring your family, that's child abuse. You are a child abuser. And if you support people who do that, you are, by proxy, a child abuser yourself. Just wanted to run that guy over. It didn't kill him, but you know me. I just like to have fun. No, you don't. The people who are anyone who's bringing their kids on and being like, especially that was one of the things that was what really triggered so many people in Comicsgate and got initially hundreds of people to block us, was that we simply goofed. Like, we didn't even know that much. I didn't know who fucking that Umbrella guy was. Never saw any of his videos. I still haven't, even after all these years. But all I knew was people were being like, he's bringing his children on and acting like the SJWs are coming after them. He's constantly bringing up his children and showing his children. And we just did a video being like, you shouldn't do that. That is, that's a bad thing. I think we didn't even call him a child abuser at that point. But then he started saying that we were making death threats against his children. And we're like, well, here's our video where you claim that. And you can, anyone can just straight up come and look at the video and see for themselves that it never happened. And here's the thing, is that the way Liam Gray whines about how, oh, nobody believed me. Indeed, nobody believed us of course, from Comicsgate. Nobody in Comicsgate, or again, the other people who are related. Like, again, specifically like the Geeks and Gamers guy, like people like Nerdrotic. They would have the people who were pushing the lie on to promote them. I remember even Mahler did that, and I was like, why? What does Mahler have to do with this? But again, that was happening. And the thing is that there were other people who weren't in Comicsgate. Some people who had basically been ejected, labeled people who were involved in Comicsgate or related or supporting Comicsgate, at least as an idea, or as what they thought was a principle initially. And again, this is going back to 2018. They, the people who were ejected from Comicsgate for questioning the false narratives that they were constantly pushing, the victimhood that Comicsgate was constantly faking and pretending to be under. They were some of the people who were like, yeah, you guys were definitely telling the truth. That Umbrella guy is lying. And anyone who was in Comicsgate at that time who looked into it and said, well, the stuff Umbrella guy is saying doesn't seem to be supported by any evidence, all of a sudden they were kicked out of Comicsgate. They were, like, if they were on streams with any of the guys, they weren't allowed on. If they were on streams, even with people like, Geeks, Gamers, or Nerdrotic and that kind of stuff, they were no longer allowed on. And they were like, I don't know what happened. All I did was point out that that Umbrella guy wasn't telling the truth. And all of a sudden, I can't be on any of these people's streams anymore. And again, this is going years back. And they came to us and were like, well, I guess since I'm not allowed to be Comicsgate anymore, here's some of the stuff that was going on behind the scenes that nobody talks about and nobody will talk about. And that is, in part, that's what Liam Gray wishes he was now, too. But nobody's doing that for Liam Gray, because Liam Gray is one of the liars. So, of course, that's not going to fucking... that's not going to happen. But for some reason, he wants to be that, mainly because he wants to be a victim. But he's also, like, oddly... And again, this is not me speculating. Liam Gray is oddly, like, one of our biggest fans, but in a way where he can't admit it. There's a lot of that had gone on for many years from within Comicsgate. Where we had all types, though. We had people in Comicsgate who couldn't admit that they're fans. We had people in Comicsgate who are what we describe as Comicsgate refugees, the people who walked away or were kicked out or, not allowed in or whatever like that. There are people who were sort of on the fence, maybe initially or something like that, and ended up just not even being fans of ours, but like, maybe follow me on Twitter now just because I said something that was funny that had nothing to do with Comicsgate. They just saw some funny tweet from me and started following me, and then when I bring up Comicsgate stuff, they go, "Oh yeah, I used to follow Comicsgate. What happened with it?" Or I fell away from it because of the Nurkish thing. To be honest, that's the biggest thing, the biggest failure of morality from Comicsgate, and everyone even remotely involved in Comicsgate was the Nurkish thing. And that pretty much got memory hole too. And Nurkish basically doesn't even like talking about it and growing for a lot of extremely justified reasons. I won't get into that for now, but I want to just my throat's getting raw, and I want to play through the rest of this, but I'm not sure how
I don't even
long it
mention my
is now.
daughter's name. You know what I mean?
Do you know?
Yeah, well, Bering says, I don't even mention my daughter's name. See, that's the thing. Bering understands. This is the correct way to be, is if you have a family, if you have children, you should never, ever bring them up or bring up their name. Again, OPSEC is to protect your family. If you care about your family, you're going to protect their identities. If you aren't doing that, you don't care about your family. And in fact, are probably a child abuser. If you're using them as a troll shield or something, or using them for attention or for clout, or whatever on the internet for any reason in any way. And that's the kind of the most horrifying truth of all of this, is that there are hundreds, maybe thousands of child abusers on YouTube right now. Just by that metric, but also to the extent that we don't even know how many of them could be like even more brutal child abusers that we don't know, who have done like horrific things. Like the thing about that Umbrella guy is he was close friends with a convicted pedophile, and the convicted pedophile bragged about spending private telephone time. It wasn't in person, but it was private telephone time with that Umbrella guy's 5-year-old daughter. So again, there's a lot we don't yet know because they haven't been arrested. Just like with Nick Rekieta, if they haven't been arrested, most people will just deny it's even possible up until the arrest happens. And even after that point, a lot of people will just go into denial about it, because accepting it means accepting that they supported it. Oh, that guy was going to res me. It would mean accepting some responsibility for supporting it, which I personally think that they should be held responsible for that kind of. If you're a fan of a YouTuber and they end up being a child abuser or a child molester or whatever like that, you should be held responsible. Because there's no reason to be a fan of anyone unless you really understand them morally, or at the very least, your only saving grace is that you have no understanding of morals and principles. I'll accept that. I can accept that. That you're like barely a person and don't have any real beliefs. Shit. Oh. I'm a little judgy, I guess. There's nothing wrong with that, is that? Is that bad? It's to be honest, I'm being kind of slight, or it's not very specific. Here's the thing: is that if you're a fan of a YouTuber and they're a child abuser, here's why I say that stuff is because they were doing it in front of your face, and you were intentionally ignoring it because you agree with their politics. If it's something like that, if it's like a political YouTuber who's like, oh, I'm for this politics, and you're like, yeah, they're a good person. You just default to saying they're a good person just because you agree with their politics. You deserve to go down with them if they go down, because you just stood there and had no real reason to the real reason why I'm saying this is because I've never done that before. I've never been a fan or supported anyone who has actually been a child abuser. So it is harsh, I understand. That guy should have had me, for sure. It is very harsh, I understand, to say, you should be buried underneath a prison and then executed in that order. if you support child abusing YouTubers. Because I know people will say, well, how can you really know? But the fact is, it's easy to know. I think, maybe that is just me. Maybe I'm better at noticing than everyone else on the planet. Maybe it's a humble brag, I suppose. I'm trying to be like, yeah, I'm so good at noticing. Because I am, of course. I'm just, you know, I think that's an important factor. But I don't make the laws either, so that's not, like if I don't want to be the leader. I don't want to be a lawmaker. If I was the dictator of a country, it would probably be a horrific nightmare hellhole. Or it would be the most perfect utopia humanly possible. I don't know. I don't really... Here's the thing, though. I don't want to be the person who really makes those decisions, but the problem is I am so disgusted with the immorality of people constantly. Like, so many people... What the fuck? So many people just accept disgusting levels of immorality and do nothing about it and apologize for it and make excuses, and when they get caught, they fucking act like nothing ever happened. It's just one thing after the other. And this is what leads to this kind of situation where guys like Liam Gray are suddenly making up lie after lie, compounding on top of each other. And for the longest time, people would be excusing him and making excuses for him. The way I see things would stop that. There should be actual consequences for immorality, for immoral behavior. It's the fix everything easily switch. I believe in hitting the fix everything easily switch. A lot of people will tell me, no, there's no switch. You're obsessed with hitting the switch. How dare you suggest? You're disgusting for wanting to do it, you know, all that kind of shit. I understand that because it would put a lot of people in jail just for their what they thought was moral, what they thought was a good thing, even though what they thought was a good thing was supporting disingenuous people as they lied in front of their faces, and they refused to accept or admit it. What I have to say, my opinion about that is that they should stop doing that. Don't be that anymore. Be a different person. Have different DNA. If your DNA makes you a dishonest person, just have your different DNA. Just change your DNA. Change your genetic makeup. Can't be that hard, can it? Anyways, just whatevs. You know me though. I don't like to complain.
That they sent pornography to my
I'll say that is kind of, I know the stuff I was just talking about is kind of crazy, but I think the way things are going, there needs to be a higher moral standard, whereas there isn't. Like nobody, it's not that my moral standard is so extreme, even if it is. It's that everyone else just has none at all, and I think, again, my opinion is that that's a bad thing.
Teenager.
That's horrific. Yeah, look, I'm not gonna. That's horrific. That's
You
fine.
know that when I tried to hide my family from them,
Again, Liam did not even come close to trying to hide his family. He openly and gleefully threw his family into public, gloated about it, and like he did it like he was practically daring anyone on the internet to do anything about it, and nobody did, but he pretends that they did.
I specifically tried to hide all my family from all these people. They went and then
He says that after admitting that he posted their pictures publicly to people where he knows people are stalking him and obsessed with him, but he just posts pictures of his family on social media in public. So again, there's two statements that contradict each other. You have to pick one. Liam, you have to learn that one statement cancels the other out. And if you want one to be true, the other can't be.
And hacked into things and post my wife's birthing photos all over YouTube. They do it all over Twitter.
Again, he acts like they stole these pictures somehow.
They do it every fucking day. Every day, my wife's private photos of giving birth to my daughter.
No, they're not private either.
Why is there birthing photos of your wife?
Because it was right after she got born and we're holding the baby and everything like that.
I get right.
So they weren't private. Of course, you took them, you posted them in public, and then now you're trying to claim that they're private when you're admitting that they weren't.
So holding them like not as in like it,
yeah.
Not as in like push yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they hacked into a family Facebook.
Nobody hacked anything.
Group pretend they first took down. It doesn't matter.
Okay, listen.
But you understand, I tried to hide my eldest daughter from all.
That's the excuse Liam gives when he is clearly when he's making up a lie that doesn't have an answer. Like, how do they find private photos? He just says hacking. He doesn't know what hacking is. He thinks hacking is like you can sneak into other people's accounts without them doing anything about it and nobody knows. And then all of a sudden, all your photos are just... That doesn't happen. He thinks that people can just like use a program that just will steal your password. It will just take your password or guess it somehow. Again, none of that happens. That doesn't happen. He's operating off of a fantasy movie action flick concept of what he thinks computer hacking is. He doesn't actually know what it really is, though.
All of this stuff, right? And they've completely fucking destroyed her. She doesn't live with us anymore because of it. It's not safe for her to be here. She, because of all of this stuff. So they broke our...
I just realized this is going over 4 hours. This really is a classic Clips and Video episode now.
Family, right?
Well, then that's fucked.
And then what's meant to happen with my L?
You're meant to stop being such a selfish fucking cunt.
I'm selfish.
And yes, you are.
Yeah.
Concentrate on your family.
Liam is so fucking stupid, he doesn't know how he's being selfish. As he's whining about all this shit that the hackers are supposedly doing, that he gave them. He gave the hackers, the hackers don't exist, of course, but the stuff he allowed to happen, he throws pictures of his family out there and then cries that, they have pictures of my family. It was something that was constant. In Comicsgate. People in Comicsgate would do that constantly. That Umbrella guy was... that Umbrella guy practically did that first, and that's really where Liam is getting the idea. He was very close friends with that Umbrella guy, too, of course. The Umbrella guy's life kind of has fallen apart. His wife wants a divorce and can't even afford it. So they're basically stuck. They're trapped in a loveless, hating marriage full of resentment and bitterness. The Umbrella guy's wife now claims that that Umbrella guy wanted to abort all of their children. It's just all sorts of fucking bizarre shit. And again, nobody talks about it because they would have to admit that they were aware of all of it. And that they kept silent about it. Just like they kept silent about, all of the marital problems, the constant and blatant nightmare, and behind the scenes, fucking actual, a bunch of people in those circles, in Comicsgate and so on, and the related people were into the whole cuckoldry stuff. Nick Rekieta is by far not even close to the only person who was involved in that. And again, there's a lot of people know about this. A lot of people don't want to admit that they know about it. A lot of people were involved directly in it. So it's just a huge nightmare. For them, though. It's not for me. I'm not having a problem with it. Yeah, I want to wrap this up. We're getting... There's, I think, 8 minutes left of the bearing part. There's more to the stream, because Liam, I'm sure, goes on to a nuclear piss cope spiral. after Bering leaves, but let's try and play the rest of
Get
this.
off the internet. Stop this fucking. Go and draw in your spare time in your spare fucking room if that's your hobby, and go and sell it to some Japanese motherfucker. I don't fucking know how comic books work. Go and concentrate on the cows. Look after your daughter and your wife, and get your sanity back. Move if you have to. Get a job at another fucking farm. I don't know.
I'm going to spend.
What you're doing? What
you're telling me is the solution to this isn't for the people that are doing it to be held responsible or to stop doing it. It's for me to have to spend another.
They're obviously not going to stop. They haven't stopped in 7 years, as you're saying.
No
right? And what you're doing now. Listen. You got it. I don't want to yell. I don't want to yell. All right. And you're starting to make me yell. What you're doing now is you're ratcheting it up. And it's fucking retarded.
Because it won't stop any other way.
He's trying to, basically, Bering is trying to give actual useful, practical advice to a pathological liar. He's trying to be like, here, look, if you're really having these problems, here's what you need to do. And Liam is saying, no, I shouldn't have to do anything. Because, again, Liam needs to still keep being the victim. Why don't I just go with it? I should just get a sniper rifle. I should level up some sniping.
Do you think this is going to stop it?
Yes, because the only thing...
Again, Liam proving that he's stupid. He thinks this is going to stop it. What a dope.
These people care about...
So you think you're going to go on a mass flagging campaign and these people are going to go, oh, well, we've learnt our lesson.
Yeah.
Liam, Bering is laughing at you now. And he's right, too. What do you think about that? What are you going to do about that, Liam? You're just going to let him do that? You're sitting there and taking it. You're just sitting there and letting him do that. And you're not going to do shit about it. Because you're a fucking pussy. And it's, it's not unusual. You were involved in your, nerd YouTube is nothing but pussies who pretend that they're internet tough guys while also whining and crying about what victims they are. You're not going to ever be whatever it is you like to pretend. You're going to be the laughing stock of all of this. This is why you have people making fun of you. This is why you're claiming that people are harassing you for 7 years. It's because people aren't harassing you. They're laughing at your behavior, and you are not smart enough or honest enough to tell or admit the difference.
When their channels are gone, years of their lives, just like years of my life have been destroyed. You're just telling me to just
didn't you say that you've had channels deleted and here, look who you are on the internet? Do you think they're just going to walk away from the internet?
I'm Liam. I don't give up, and
I think did it cut off or did I hit something? No, yeah.
I've been work for everything my whole life.
No, sorry, you cut out there for a bit.
Yeah, he cut out. I was wondering, that's not me. I hit space. No.
About 5 seconds, what'd you say? Hello.
All I want...
Anonymous was hacking his router again. No, Liam saying, I'm Liam. Again, just... That is how psycho people talk. If you don't want people to think you're psychotic, stop with the things that psychotic people say. Again, it's very easy.
Is to just live in peace. They just want...
He doesn't want to... Again, Liam used to run a show that he proudly would gloat about being like one of the top drama shows in Comicsgate. He would wear a suit to do it. He didn't want to be left in peace. He wants people to validate and agree with his lies, as they used to do. That's really what's bothering him, is people used to do that, and they stopped, and he doesn't understand why they don't do it anymore. Because he's stupid.
Want to destroy.
And disingenuous
right?
as a person, of
so
course.
Why should I have to spend more money to move a third time, run away, shut my business down, hide myself, hide my life, hide everything like in fear, so that they can think that they're winning, and then they can know that there won't be anyone reporting on nothing, and they can just continue to fuck with me in real life.
The answer is you shouldn't have to do that, but that is the reality staring you in the face. And if you want peace in your
There's another thing, is that I think even Bering is kind of realizing this doesn't happen to people unless they instigated it in the first place. He's kind of realizing there aren't situations where the police just can't do anything. Nobody can do anything. He's constantly getting run out of one house after another after another. That never happens to anyone ever. That's what happens is, like, if people are really facing that kind of shit, people don't call them liars because people go, oh, I can see the evidence backing you up, Liam. You're telling the truth. Liam has oceans of evidence proving that he's a liar and constantly lying for attention and sympathy. So what Liam really wants is for people to believe his lies, and he's spiraling in pathetic faggoty bitch boy meltdowns because people aren't believing his lies anymore, and he thinks that they should because he's anti-woke. He's one of my good guys who doesn't do the woke. He's against woke Superman or a gay Spider-Man or whatever it is. Shit that doesn't matter. Again, corporate properties. He's mad that favorite corporate property is not being the corporate property he wants it to be. The soulless bullshit that he has dedicated his existence and attention to is not being the soulless bullshit he wants it to be.
Your life, and if you want your wife and your children to have a peaceful life, then you need to distance yourself from this fucking retardation. I don't know how this has come about. I don't have time to go through the whole fucking law. This comic book shit is all fucking retarded shit as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, Liam has only bolstered that opinion of the comic book shit being retarded. I mean, if that's the only thing Liam has really ever accomplished, is further proving that the comic book shit is
all I can
retarded.
see is a broken man in front of me who's talking about suicide, who's talking about death threats and fucking attempts on his family and shit. And as much...
I mean, even worse, he's faking death threats, which again is not even an unusual act for anyone who was ever involved in Comicsgate. It's completely bog standard. It's faking death threats against yourself. The people in Comicsgate did it. The people who left Comicsgate and are now in Rippaverse did it. It's, it's the same thing, just repeating. And the only thing that changes is the label over it. Shit.
Much as you want to say it's other people's fault, right now, by your inaction, it is your fault. It is your fault that you're
He doesn't understand. See, Liam just said how. He doesn't understand he doesn't understand a single thing. He doesn't want to, though. I think that's the thing, is that he could understand it. It's not a matter of him. He is stupid, but it's not a matter of him not understanding it. It's that he doesn't want to understand it, because understanding it would, of course, mean admitting that he made a mistake, that he did something wrong, or that he was in any way disingenuous. It would mean, first, that he actually does have to apologize, and he would have to apologize to the people he really doesn't want to apologize to. Which is, again, that's not unusual for anyone who was ever involved in Comicsgate. To this day, the people who said we were wrong about Ethan Van Sciver and now hate Ethan Van Sciver will not admit that we were right about him all along, because it would mean admitting that they were wrong. And none of them will ever be man enough to do that. And I don't want them to apologize to us. I just want them to be people, to go on their streams and say, okay, the worldview that I sold all of you for money in exchange for monetization and your ad revenue clicks and super chats, I was lying and you fell for it. Just all they have to do is admit that their life is a hoax. It's not big. I mean, it's not something I will ever have to be concerned with. I guess they would. I guess that would be a bad thing for them, but it's not for me. I would do that if it was me. We've actually shown, we have proven that if we're, in some kind of situation where bullshittery is happening, if we end up losing friends over it, who, powerful friends, it sounds kind of grandiose when I put it like that. But if we end up losing friends who could benefit us, because those friends are involved in disingenuous bullshit, we fucking cut them off. That's happened. That's happened a few times. I can go into those stories too. We already have, of course. Preston Poulter is a primary example of that, of course. But, I mean, it still happens to these days. We could absolutely, easily, very easily have a big in with Rippaverse. But we won't, because I'm not going to stop criticizing them for engaging in the exact same behavior as Ethan Van Sciver and Comicsgate. As proven. We've proven that they do. None of them will ever address that or admit it. And again, that's just the way we're going to stop to never stop being is I don't even want to say it's like brutal honesty or any of that kind of self-aggrandizing sounding bullshit. But the fact is, we do it not to be honest, but out of a sort of survival mechanism that we learned, decades before Comicsgate, is that if you allow yourself to be pulled down with these kinds of people, you get pulled down. And I would rather not do that. I would rather operate honestly, at least for my benefit. That's my concern. Anyways,
This mental state, because you won't fix it.
this is almost
Or the
done.
things that you're
Because
trying to do.
I won't.
The things that you're trying to do to fix it are retarded. You're making it worse.
I've tried kindness. I've tried.
He has never once tried kindness either. But the thing is, of course, in his mind, he thinks he's tried kindness. But no, it's fucking like the same way he won't admit that he has flagged other people, many other people before for a long fucking time. Here, wait, actually.
Making fun of myself. I've tried being a goofball. I've tried being friendly. I've tried avoiding these people. I've gone my own way. I've left the internet.
You haven't left the internet. Here
I
you
have
are.
though, dude. I have.
Again, Baring can completely call it. He's seeing it in action. Liam is so stupid. He thinks that coming back still counts as leaving the internet. Because Liam can make it's, on its face true that Liam doesn't have to do any of this internet influencer personality streaming bullshit ever to make a living and provide for his family. All he has to do is just do the regular farmhand job. That's it. That's all he's got to do. Liam doesn't want that. Liam wants people to be praising his every word the way that they were when he was part of Comicsgate, which was the majority of the purpose of Comicsgate, is taking a bunch of people with incredibly thin skins and a desperate, pathetic need for validation, and they agree to validate each other. And that was the trade-off. That was the reward and the trade-off. What? I got it. Here, though, there's like 5 minutes left. I will try to just play through it.
I have for long periods. When I was in hospital,
He didn't.
when I was hospitalized over the suicide, these people were covering multi-hour streams. I'm not online. I can't. I'm in fucking.
Again, he's not being honest here and admitting that it was people like Ethan Van Sciver, because he still wants Ethan Van Sciver to be his friend and his e-daddy. He wants to be in gay love with Ethan Van Sciver. Yes. So he won't admit it was Ethan Van Sciver who's doing those streams, because he wants Ethan to take him back. And he thinks that he will, and it is actually possible that Ethan will.
The hospital. These people are doing dozens of streams about me non-stop, even with me not there.
But they weren't. It wasn't that much either, though.
When I left before, they just make things up, or they have people pretend to be.
When he left before, people forgot about him. People moved on. Like Kiwi Farm again, his Kiwi Farms thread. Go ahead, Liam, admit where your Kiwi Farms thread is. Let everyone go see it and see that it's only like 5 fucking pages at most. It's probably more now, of course, as it deserves to be. But it was pretty much dead for a long time because, you know, Liam ultimately isn't that interesting except for his meltdowns. Except for the only reason why Liam's interesting to me is because he's a living example of proving everything we've said right about Comicsgate from the very beginning, going back to 2018, before Liam Gray was even a figure in Comicsgate.
Beam me on live streams as a guest so they can fuck with them. Or they all change their avatar to be me. These people are insane.
All right, man. Well, look, I feel like we're going around in circles here.
So do I.
I've said my piece, and I hope you listened back to this because I think I've made
he made it private so he doesn't have to listen to it, and so ideally nobody else can listen to it.
some sense, and I think you should consider what I've said. You know, your family's peace of mind is more important than some fucking retards on the internet. All right, now,
yes, and my family's safety is more important than retards on the internet.
That's right.
And my peace and my life and my ability to do free commerce and just exist is more
free commerce. Again, he's saying this like he is not deplatformed people who are fucking, you know, actually being censored. The fucking like he's acting the way he would try to rationalize it. He doesn't even try because, of course, it could be proven wrong and that would make him seethe even more. But the way they would always try to excuse it, that was that one of the classic Comicsgate lies was that, you know, the only people they ever went after were the SJWs. And if you disagree with us, you're one of the SJWs. The same as, like, if you don't like my comic, you're racist from Rippaverse. Again, the exact same as Comicsgate, exact same as Ethan Van Sciver, exact same behavior, exact same excuses, just a different label. And that's all people care about is the label, ultimately. The shallow, empty, soulless surface details. But when it came to us being censored, they would just lie and say that we were leftists. And we do have receipts of that. As opposed to Liam making claims like that and never even trying to prove it, we actually showed the evidence. And we still do, and that kind of stuff. Oh, shit. Did I mute?
important. My speech, my existence, my family's existence. All of this is more important than hatred and fabricated stories and insane delusions that are
listen. The internet really doesn't like mass flagging campaigns. So you've done nothing.
You shouldn't even have to tell. I think Baron kind of realizing he shouldn't even have to tell anyone that, especially Liam, who thinks he's hip and with it with the internet culture. Again, none of these people in Comicsgate or anything like it understand anything about, like, even calling it internet culture sounds really stupid. But because here's what it is. It's people who pretend they're against censorship and deplatforming, doing censorship and deplatforming, and not realizing it, and or not being honest enough. Oh boy. Oh, I'm okay. Not being honest enough to admit it. Let's see if this would go. Oh. Yeah, whatever.
This
is close to the end, finally.
Dude, I can't stop the hatred.
Yeah, and again, he can. All he has to do is just get off the internet. He doesn't even have to get off the internet. There's so many other things he could do. He could just rename himself and just sort of rebrand. He could even still keep making comics. All he has to do is just not say it's under the name Liam Gray. Hey, he might do this now that I'm suggesting it, considering how closely his friends let slip that he pays attention to everything we say. Liam, you really need to keep a closer eye on what you think your friends are, because your friends really don't like you. Your friends like me more than they like you, Liam. I don't want to be the one to break this to you, because everyone figured that you should have known this. You're on your own. Shit. Whoa, that was close. But you could just start a different name, different account, start fresh, a completely whole, fresh, new, unrelated, not similar, not Grium lay or something like that, something not Akashic anything. Just make something completely new, a completely new identity. Start over. You would have to do it without any Comicsgate connection. You know what actually would really benefit you. Just try to ingratiate yourself with Rippaverse. You're not going to actually get anything real out of it, but you'll get some cultist simps, much like the ones you enjoyed so much in Comicsgate with Ethan Van Sciver. You'll get Ethan Van Sciver level tier fans. Not a lot, because they're not actually fans of anything. But you'll get some of them, and you can use that to try to push your new identity and a new comic. You're going to have to make a whole new imprint, a whole new imprint name, which is fine because there's nothing really attached to your current one. So you are not going to lose anything except for the bad publicity that you gave yourself. And just hide all of your opinions. And don't do streams. Don't do any streams. Don't do any videos. It's very easy. I can do that without even trying. I fucking, we barely do any streams here. My brother hasn't been on a video in over a year, and he's not planning to ever be on another one. And I'm just doing this because I know people wanted me to do this. And plus, I was like, I can knock out some fucking some Battlefield 6. And to be honest, I was listening to this stream earlier too, and I have to admit, I was laughing. Liam talking about people going through his garbage. It was just, oh, Liam. That's so sad that you think people would fall for that. That you're so desperate for people to believe that you're that important to anyone. Like even your biggest haters, who you don't know who they are, because of course if you did, you would know that they're the people who pretend to be your fans. They don't even hate you that much. They don't hate, first of all, they don't hate you at all. And the going through your garbage or something, if you actually think that's happening, then you should be in a padded room for the rest of your life. I don't really care if you try to rebrand, because the thing is, you could do that. You could take all that advice I just gave you, and it's probably not going to help you, because you're going to open your stupid fucking mouth and blow it all up by being the dumbest motherfucker that will say something that people will realize you are untrustworthy and not worth paying attention to, but also because your comics aren't good enough to float on their own. You can't get people to actually like your comics. The only reason why you had backers for any of your books was because you were in Comicsgate, where people agreed to cover up each other's lies. That was it. That was the only thing that you had going for you. And you lost that, and you see what the result of it is people were donating to you just to see, like, if they could get a rise out of you, or to see you fail. And it's not just to oh shit, which one should I have? You know what? Yeah, this one. All right. It's not even to watch you fail and like guarantee your failure or to do anything. They were fucking donating to you to see you, because you would succeed. They were like, hey, you're going to be able to make comics if we sort of cow donate to you, so to speak. And then you probably had 10 legitimately mentally ill people who actually believed, they drank the Kool-Aid, they believed your lies, even in the face of all the evidence. There are a lot of people who were just never give up on the hoax, the sunk cost fallacy. They would have to admit to themselves that they believed incredibly hilariously stupid lies. So yeah, it doesn't matter to me whether you succeed or fail. Even if you succeed, if you become a big hit again, the thing is your behavior ensures inevitable failure, and that's not something I can put a gun to anyone's head. I could never convince anyone to make that happen to you. It happens entirely because of your behavior. Only with me not speaking a word about it, not getting involved, which I've never have been. All we've ever done is just talk openly and publicly about it. Honestly, what actual free speech looks like, you don't know what that is, Liam, because you don't believe in it. You don't actually hold that principle. You're genetically incapable of holding the principle of true free speech. You delude yourself into a lie that you believe in free speech as you publicly act against it. And then you get confused that people are pointing it out. And how can they do this to you? And, the autism fucking psychic autism beams shooting against itself. I entered a thread and now I'm mad. How could this happen to me? But here, let's just wrap this up.
But you can ramp it up, and you just have.
Yes, and that's the only weapon I have.
Again, no, but yes, and he doesn't understand. Liam is not smart enough to understand that the things he's doing that are making things worse are not going to make things better, even as he says he thinks they're going to make things better. He doesn't want to understand because it would mean admitting he made a mistake.
I've tried defense. Defense.
The only weapon you have, you've just shot yourself with your own weapon. What are you talking about?
Like honest question. I'm not going to yell.
Because you've tried to use this flagging thing to stop all this shit, and it's just made it a million times worse.
How's it worse? And I woke up today. My day was no different than yesterday.
He's lying. He cannot tell the truth. He cannot tell the truth. Like even at like if it was like some kind of psychic pill implanted into his brain that was like, tell the truth or this pill will detonate and explode. Liam would immediately lie and his head would explode. And he wouldn't be able to do anything to stop it in a million years because he doesn't understand what he's supposed to do or not supposed to do under any circumstance about this. Because he's, for many reasons that are overlapping and even contradictory, in every way possible, and even some ways that are essentially impossible. Anyways.
How's it worse? Like, honest question. How is my life worse? At least I've got a chance to talk to you.
Again, you need to see, that's right there. Liam admitting that it's all about status worship. He gets to worship fame. A popular person is streaming with him. Things are better now. He's also like the 15-second rule. The Liam Gray in 15 seconds into the future is a completely different person. So the consequences to that Liam Gray, they don't matter. How would Liam Gray feel if he didn't have breakfast this morning? What do you mean? Liam Gray did have breakfast this morning. He doesn't understand the question. Oh shit, that guy's probably pissed. He should be. I would be pissed.
So you might be able to see some sense in this.
I do see sense. I've just given you the most sense you've heard in fucking years, I think.
It is very true. Bering has given him the answer. Bering has given Liam Gray the answer of what correct to do that would immediately fix his problems, and Liam is not going to do it. Again, it was like if the bomb was implanted in your head, and it's like, okay, do the right thing. Do something that is morally correct and smart. Liam Gray, his head would explode.
This is not making your life good.
No.
So stop it. It's pretty simple, man.
Well, I understand your point of view. I respect your point
Liam Gray did not understand his point of view.
of view. I respect you as a YouTuber, and
Shit.
I'm grateful for you taking the time to actually come and listen.
He's so happy that a popular YouTuber streamed with him at all for even 50 minutes.
Even if we disagree. You know,
Okay,
like,
man. All right. Well, look. Yeah, I hope you consider what I've said, but yeah,
I will.
I think some.
Bering, you can hear in Bering's voice, he's like, I know I'm just talking to a lost cause at this point. There's wasted words.
Fucking, I think some pretty mad shades coming your way, man. A lot of people are talking about this, and you know, yeah.
No, I fully understand, but
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand.
I don't think honestly that the shade that I'm going to be getting is any
Honestly.
worse than anything that has been done to me so far. I just don't feel like I've got anything else to lose. I
Shit.
literally am having to sell the house and move for a third time. Like, yeah,
Well, bye.
the financial strain of that. I just don't think it can be worse, you know?
All right,
Like,
man. Well, look,
it could be
take
worse.
care, look after your family, all right?
Yeah.
See ya.
Thank you.
Liam, you deserve worse. And I think
See
that
you
was...
later, man. Well, that was Bering, ladies and gentlemen. Great guy,
Shit.
you know?
That's great. Oh, he is a great guy. I mean, to be honest, yeah, he actually displayed some pretty straightforward, blatant morality, trying to at least help Liam Gray with advice that he could kind of tell Liam Gray would not listen to. That is going to wrap this up. It's this is a long stream. Holy shit. 5 hours? Oh, wait. If I was in Comicsgate, this would be a short stream. This would be pretty average. It's fucking almost as long as a Pyrocynical review. That piece of shit. Now, the stream, you know, it is a little fun. You know what? Maybe I should become a fucking psychopath, pathological liar. This is fun. Doing 5-hour streams. I don't want to have to lie constantly, though, like the way that all the people in Comicsgate do when they do their 5-hour streams. I like to tell the truth. I'm into freedom of speech and freedom of choice. I forgot how the rest of the scene goes. It's just like, I want to sit down at the Greasy Spoon and think, do I want the side order of lard? Or the gravy fries? Or whatever. Gravy fries? You mean poutine? No. No, I mean gravy fries. Motherfucker. My perfect grenade throw. Impossible angle. Fuck you. Oh, that's the third time I've killed that guy. Man, I would be pissed off. I'd be so pissed off at him. At himself. Not me. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm a good person. Because I'm a good fucking person. What is Amma? Just don't know. It's a Muslim term. God, I think the I'm guessing here just out of fucking the blue sky, but I think the was like the sort of collective Islam, like the diaspora or something. No. I know it's not forbidden, which is haram. Or the Taqiyya, which was the Islamic version of shit, I forget the Jewish version, but it's the allowance to lie to non-practicers of your religion. Pilpul, I think, is the Jewish term. Supposedly, as I've heard on the internet. Hey, I can't say for sure. Whoa. That was a good sightline, actually. Oh, fuck yeah. Take that, bot. Long shot, 104 meters. Okay, I'm gonna just shut off and continue this round on my own. But thanks for people hanging out in chat or whatever, if you watch or not. Altakia. I don't know, usually I'd be like, donate to our Subscribe Start. There's nothing. We don't post anymore to our Subscribe Start. There's still the videos there, but there's nothing new going to be going up. We've moved on. making comics. So go check out the comics. Go check out King Wolf Comics. It's linked below. Go check out Iconic Comics. Donate to Common America and that kind of stuff. The campaigns when those go live, that kind of thing. And for everyone else, sure to listen to Shady Web Comics.